If you could join me in the karakia, we'll start the meeting. Whakatahao ki te uru, whakatehao ki te tonga, kia makina ki uta. Ai, ihi a. Hakihea, Porirua. Thank you. Apologies, we have one from Councillor, oh no, there he is, Councillor Chung. Oh, welcome.
Oh, good.
Ni hao.
No, wrong country.
Oh, sorry. Oh, well.
Yeah.
I should have just said kia ora. So we have 3 councillors online, with Councillor Padowitz and Winera also, and Councillor Chung, obviously. So there are no apologies, so I don't need that. Are there any conflicts of interest? No, none of those either. Confirmation of the last minutes, which I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Matthews, can we just vote on that, please? You gonna vote, Diane? Okay, well, assume the others have voted yes, so that's carried. Are we? That's carried. We have no items not on the agenda, as far as I know. We do have some public participation now, so which we'll get that started. So the first person is Bruce McLean. Bruce, you have 5 minutes, including any question time. Can we start the clock?
Hello. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm a civil engineer. I've got 50 years of diversified construction and project experience. I'm a fellow of Engineering New Zealand, and I have been contracted actually to the council for the 6 of the last 8 years as an engineer in different roles. I'm also very familiar with the town hall. I'm experienced in earthquake matters, having been the horizontal infrastructure manager for the Canterbury Earthquake Recovery Authority following the Christchurch earthquakes in 2011. I understand you've been given a lot of information about seismic engineering and risk management of the City to Sea Bridge and the Capital E building. As noted in the Dunning-Thornton report forwarded to you yesterday, these are very complex concepts to deal with and are subject to greater levels of uncertainty than most everyday risks. I'm sorry about that, and I don't envy your task. I don't want to dwell on what's happened up to this point. I'm an engineer who likes to problem solve and get on with it and find the best solution for the council and the community for the future. Points that I would like to make to support my view are: the City to Sea Bridge is not earthquake prone. This is because bridges are exempt from the legislation that governs these matters. Therefore, there is no legal requirement to seismically strengthen the bridge. As a bridge, it's classified as an importance level 2, an IL2 structure, not IL3. This increases its new building standard by 30% compared to an IL3 structure. A structural engineering consultancy, Spencer Holmes, has been engaged by the council to strengthen the bridge in 2010 and is therefore very knowledgeable about it. They have assessed the bridge today at 50% NBS, or new building standard. This means that the bridge, as it stands, will withstand a 1 in 100 year earthquake in its current state. Dunning-Thornton, a Wellington engineering consultant firm, provided a report to the council yesterday. I'm pleased the council has engaged Dunning Thornton for this task. The bridge may be iconic, but this firm from Wellington is also iconic in its cutting-edge earthquake engineering. Key points I have taken from this report are: it has run a series of workshops with the council's engineering consultants on the City to Sea Bridge. It has concluded that the risk of death or injury is lower than compared to typical concrete buildings of the same rating. It has concluded that the likelihood of the bridge's collapse being the sole cause of blockage along the quays is relatively low. It suggests short-term mitigations to reduce risks that could be reviewed and implemented, such as road markings and signage. It has suggested medium-term mitigations such as minor structural strengthening and simple ground ties between foundations that would be straightforward to implement. Further, it suggests long-term mitigations such as buttressing the seawall and ground improvement beneath the bridge that could be implemented. This would benefit Jervois Quay as well. A collaborative approach between the council and its consultants should work to refine these activities, and that's what I would suggest happens from here. Capital E is an earthquake-prone building beneath the ramp leading onto the bridge. Structural engineers who are employed by the council have advised that internal steel frames could easily be inserted into the building to strengthen it. These steel frames can be designed so that the building can continue to be used by the council and could be installed in the short term. Strengthening of the Capital E building with internal steel frames would mean that the Town Hall loading bay can be safely accessed. The balance of Tinakau Civic Square can be refurbished when the library and the Town Hall projects are completed. The cost of these measures outlined above is relatively low, in my opinion, and I believe easily able to be accommodated within the Council's long-term plan. The reopening of the Tinakau Civic Square will not be delayed by the works outlined above. Hence my conclusion that the Council should not demolish the City to Sea Bridge, but do minor strengthening work, similar to what's been recommended, and tidy up and refurbish the existing Tinakau Civic Square. I just don't want to tell my grandchildren that I didn't do everything I could to stop this beautiful, quirky, fully functional bridge being torn down so another bland one could be put up in its place. What sort of a climate change message is that?
Thank you very much, Bruce. That's exactly 5 minutes, so thank you. Our next presentation will be from Felicity Wong, who is speaking on behalf of the Wellington Historic Places. And Felicity, you have 10 minutes.
Kia ora koutou, councillors. I last spoke to you on the 16th of May after it was a gloriously sunny day, and I'd just come from watching the capping students celebrating with their friends and whānau in Tinakau Civic Square. And I'd been watching them cross the bridge with their family and having their photos taken, but at no point was there more than 50, or even no point was there more than 20 on the bridge. And in fact, 300 people can't fit on the bridge because the bridge is the narrow part of the structure. They might fit on the roof of Capital E. But the consequence of council officers having a typo in their required earthquake-prone assessment for the bridge is quite significant. In wrongly using IL3 and not IL2, it resulted in a 20% NBS rating for the bridge. In fact, the information you have before you, both from the Council's own advisors, Dunning Thornton, in their letter dated 4 December yesterday, and also in this letter that I table, we need to thank Richard Burrell for obtaining the second letter from Spencer Holmes, also dated 4 December, which shows that the bridge is not, in fact, earthquake prone. The corrected NBS rating would be 50%. I want to touch on a couple of other matters, particularly the nature of the consultation. Mr. Chairman, you've told me that you personally prefer a pedestrian crossing, and be that as it may, that was not what the public was consulted on. they were only given 2 options for feedback, assuming demolition. Despite no option for retention, page 39 of the briefing paper notes, quote, "The most common feedback was that neither option was suitable and the existing bridge should be retained. A significant portion of the public, I would say overwhelmingly, desired to retain the bridge." Mr. Chairman, the cost of demolishing the bridge and putting in a pedestrian crossing and some lovely trees is not affordable at this time. Council debt will be $2.7 billion by June 2027, an additional $2 billion on the $689 million we owed at June 2019, 5 years ago. Every ratepayer will owe $32,000. Demolition is a needless expense. In terms of strengthening, yesterday's advice from Dunning Thornton, as the previous speaker outlined, had some innovative and affordable strengthening options, phased from short-term to long-term. The public consultation document included more costly options, 3A and 3B, and then the scary guesstimate of 90 to 120 million. There was no specific and reliable advice about strengthening costs. In fact, the Capital E building and the bridge are separate entities. Little consideration was given to retaining the bridge and improving cycle access. On Monday, the Mayor told Radio New Zealand the bridge was gone. On Tuesday, councillors were advised the bridge must be demolished so the town hall loading dock can be strengthened and to keep to the opening date of 2026. On Wednesday, Mr. Zamani advised councillors the loading dock could be strengthened for just $1 million and $5 million contingency without demolishing the bridge. The City to Sea Bridge is among a handful of buildings conceived to visibly reflect a Māori presence in our city. As such, the City to Sea Bridge should not be demolished. It's a special and historic remembrance of peoples of this land, including Te Kuti, like the artist, a flawed character, striving but also killing people and building a religion of unity. How sad a safe, beautiful bridge with personality would be needlessly demolished, with the enormous embodied carbon emissions taking it to the tip in favour of a pedestrian crossing. It makes no sense to demolish an enormous sculptural work reflecting the unified spirit of Wellington that so many visitors sit on it and admire looking at the city. Architect John Gray had a marvellous vision. The bridge is the pathway between the urban city on one side and a steep cliff-like climb down to the natural harbour world of Te Whanganui-a-Tara. He showed us his designs for the underside to display great sea creatures, both real and mythical. But the full story was never told, the underbridge artwork was not commissioned, and the maintenance was neglected. To demolish the bridge will be an act of civic vandalism, and it will be unlawful vandalism, because the process outlined in the recent Court of Appeal decision, Thornton Key Collective against the Wellington City Council 2024, shows that the process is flawed. The cheapest reasonable option is to do nothing and take short-term safety measures. Another reasonable option is to take more measures to enhance traffic safety in the Dunning-Thornton report. There are plenty of options, but the public was given none. Thank you.
We have 3 minutes, so if anyone has any questions, Councillor Pettit.
Felicity, thank you for your presentation. Just as a heritage advocate, are you comfortable with change in this space to allow for new heritage?
Yeah, absolutely. Heritage is a living thing that changes decade by decade as fashions change and as values change. This building is not heritage listed, although the whole Civic Square used to be heritage listed, and we have not opposed the demolition of the mob, for example, recognising that change would be a good thing. You know, that demolishing CAB is also a good thing, and it enables great change in the Civic Square of Tinako. So generally, yeah, buildings must have modern contemporary uses. They have to have a practical use, and they have to work for people of today, not people of 100 years ago or even 50 years ago. This bridge, I think, has historic significance, yeah. An increasing historic significance, but if it has to be changed, it has to be changed. Yeah.
Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, Felicity. Just given the comments you made around the Thorndon Quay decision, do you believe there'll be a judicial review should there be a decision today to demolish the bridge?
I can't say, Councillor McNulty. Look, I haven't read the Thorndon Quay decision, but I can read you an excerpt of it. What it says, the court criticised the council decision-making process, and it said at page 64, where reasonable arguments can be made that particular proposal is reasonably practicable, even if those arguments have failed to persuade the relevant council employee, the appropriate course is for all such options to be put before the decision maker. And I just note that that has not happened here.
That is all the questions. Thanks very much, Felicity. Oh, sorry, Felicity. I've missed one. Councillor Randall.
Yes. I was wondering if you could comment on the information that has come out since the, about the public consultation document information and the information that's come out since the public consultation submissions closed, and does that a concern to you about new information?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't characterise it as particularly new information, it's corrected information. You know, there was a fundamental flaw in the consultation document in reporting that the bridge was earthquake prone, when in actual fact the typo or the inaccurate standard under NZS 1170.0 and Wakakatahi's bridge manual was incorrect. So you consulted on fundamentally incorrect information.
I don't think we have any further questions. Thank you. We now have John Devine. John, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning. I'm John Devine. I'm a structural engineer and I'm a director of Spencer Homes Limited. We've been asked by Richard Burrell to review the detailed seismic assessment that was prepared on the bridge by Hoff Consultants. Just as a bit of background, Spencer Homes Limited were engaged by the Wellington City Council back in 2009. In 2010, we undertook a seismic assessment, and that led to some strengthening works that we designed for the bridge. The primary focus of the strengthening works was to provide some real practical securing and strengthening to the building, to the bridge, to make it more resilient. So steel braces were installed on the city side of the bridge. From my review of the HOFCON report and the appendicised report by Tonkin and Taylor, the geotechnical engineers, there are 2 aspects around it that I'd like to raise and discuss. So the first one has been raised a few times already this morning, is around the importance level of the building, of the bridge, sorry. It is a building to me. So the Wakakatahi New Zealand Transport Agency Bridge Manual defines the bridge quite clearly as an importance level 2 structure. So that's effectively defined as a normal structure, and so there are two legs to that. One is because it's a footbridge, and even in the consideration that the footbridge is crossing an arterial road, that manual still actually defines the importance level as importance level 2. What we'd refer to as our structural code in New Zealand, NZS 1170, has a guidance with regards to importance levels, and the aspect of that table which has been used in the HofCon report to trigger the importance level 3 is that more than 300 people can congregate in an area on the bridge. We'd comment that the congregation of people on the bridge isn't the usual function of the bridge. And from my knowledge of Wellington, that only occurs on a very small handful of occasions per year, and we are talking about a risk profile for a structure. So when we refer to the MB framework with regards to buildings and risk, they clearly say that when you're looking at life safety risk of a structure, you should be using an importance level 2. So my point is that the importance level is quite critical. So the second aspect that I wanted to discuss is around the liquefaction trigger with regards to the building. And so the liquefaction trigger is a factor of 2 that gets applied. So effectively it says that when there's an element which is a severe structural weakness and it can be affected by liquefaction, if liquefaction in the area is initiated, then we effectively halve the strength of that element due to the impact of liquefaction. But what I say is that the Tonkin and Taylor report indicates that liquefaction is triggered at 35 to 40% NBS, and that's at importance level 3. When we convert that triggering of liquefaction to an importance level 2 building, that's actually at a higher level of earthquake in the 45 to 50% NBS range. So with these two factors, when we combine it on the reported strength of the bridge at 20% NBS, the importance level 2 adjustment increases it by a factor of 2, multiplies it by 1.3, and then we can eliminate the step change adjustment because liquefaction simply hasn't occurred at that stage. Liquefaction won't occur until a 50% type earthquake, so it becomes irrelevant with regards to the strength of the building. So for a earthquake up to a level of 50% of code, effectively the structure isn't affected by the earthquake. It's strong enough, and as I said, liquefaction doesn't occur. So,
thank you, John. That's your 5 minutes, and I think you've made your points very clearly. And thank you for your letter as well, which I read with interest. We now have Angela Foster. Angela, you have 5 minutes.
Kia ora koutou, councillors. My name's Angela Foster. I'm a fellow of the New Zealand Institute of Architects and an urban designer. I'm born in Wellington. I love this city, and I'm here today to champion its rich heritage from a cultural and emotional perspective, which I also feel is important to the success of the city. Many of you may not know, but the City to Sea Bridge is in Wikipedia. It's described as a pedestrian bridge and public artwork. It goes on to say Wellington City Council's brief for the bridge at the time was that it should address the significance of the waterfront and public space, and importantly, that it should be a bicultural project that celebrates a rich relationship between Maori and Pākehā. Art historian Robin Woodward identifies the City to Sea Bridge as what he saw as one of the top sculptures that integrated the urban and the sculptural in New Zealand. The proposed demolition of the City to Sea Bridge is a symptom of a financial mismanagement of our assets in general over the last 20 years. The path appears to be to demolish or close any financially unproductive assets like the Begonia House, the Wadestown Community Hall, Arapaki, just to name a few, without any consideration for cultural heritage. Since 2011, demolition under the guise of being earthquake prone with no logical rationale is prevalent. And 100% code compliance is elevated above cultural and real environmental concerns without a common sense evaluation of actual or perceived risks. For example, on average, 300 people die every year on the roads, while 256 people died in the Napier earthquake and 105 in the Christchurch, that being 200 per century versus 30,000 on the roads annually. As we've heard previous, Dunning Thornton's risk assessment states that in reality the risk of death or injury is lower when compared to a typical concrete building and infrastructure of a similar level of MBS. While no death is acceptable, we make choices every day based on economics. The Council's attitude towards Wellington's culture, vibrancy and economic viability is being challenged here today. We reject the position that demolition is the only option for benign neglect, lest we leave ourselves with a city that looks like it's been devastated by an earthquake, but from a situation of our own making. Urban design is a form of branding that conveys a city's identity to current and potential stakeholders. So, Council, I implore you to be sensible while evaluating risk in relation to our urban landscape to ensure we retain places for the people. Let us build a legacy and not demolish one. Thank you.
We have a question from Councillor Free.
As an urban designer, I was interested in what you said, but I also want to ask you what you personally think of the visual impact of the bridge in terms of its blocking the view backwards into the Civic Square and outwards to sea.
I think if you do a walk around, I think there's more things that block the view of the city, and in actual fact the bridge gives you access to it. Look, I think my personal opinion is irrelevant. I think the bridge is a part of our history, whether we like it or not. When you say nothing about a piece of architecture or a piece of infrastructure, it means it's completely, bland. Whereas if you have an opinion about it, it means it matters. And everybody has an opinion about this bridge. So therefore it matters, it's part of our culture, and we shouldn't be demolishing. We should be adding before we start to demolish. There's so much of Wellington which is already scaffolded, already partially demolished, if not vacated, and we can't continue that. We've got to build our city before we start to destroy it.
Thank you.
Councillor Matthews.
Thank you, Angela. I'm just interested in your sort of characterisation of us as demolishers of things. And did you consider the hundreds of millions of dollars that we've actually put in to earthquake strengthening the town hall and the central library when you made that assessment?
Yes, I have. And look, I'm just probably trying to be a bit provocative. I do see that there are some things that are going ahead. I do think we need a long-term vision for Wellington, which we don't seem to have. We seem to be doing stuff ad hoc. A few years ago, we almost demolished the library, and we managed to not to cancel that. So, look, I think what we need to do is come out with a big vision, not these, little picking away at the city and saying, oh, we did that, so we can do this. And, so I think we're lacking vision. We really are lacking vision for my grandchildren, because I know that nothing's going to happen in my son's lifetime. So I know I'm looking for my grandchildren's lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now moving on to the Porirua Harbour Accord. And I'd like to welcome Sean Ordain and Michael Dunadan. And Michael. And also welcome our guests.
Good morning, councillors. This report to you will be slightly different to the way I would normally present a report. What we have today is an agreement that has been brought forward by our partners at Ngāti Toa, Greater Wellington, Wellington Water and Porirua City Council. And in accordance with that partnership, I thought it best that you hear directly from the drivers of this accord. So I would like to introduce Rawiri Faulkner of Ngāti Toa and Mike Mendonça of Porirua City Council.
They're working? Kia ora. Normally don't need a mic, but hey, yeah, we move with the times. Tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou katoa ngā pauranga tiro te kaunehera nei. Tēnei te mihi. As has been identified, my name's Rawiri Faulkner and it's a pleasure to be here, and I just want to acknowledge Mike from PCC and also Jimmy Young from Greater Wellington and Amy Bishop and Haneta Dinsdale who joined me from Ngāti Toa as well. I'm going to be very brief and I'd like to just make two comments. There is no thing or issue more important to Ngāti Toa Rangatira than the health and well-being of our harbour. Bar none. Nothing, whether it's housing, health, economic development, nothing comes close to being as significant to the health and well-being of our people than the health and well-being of Porirua Harbour. It's the single biggest issue by far for us as a people. The health and well-being of the harbour is not where we and the royal we need it to be. The ability for us to connect in an authentic way is compromised by the way in which development and management of our place has been impacted by what we do. Moving forward, the way in which we make decisions and develop and consider the impacts of those activities on our harbour have to be different. We cannot continue to do the same thing and expect a different outcome. I have an obligation to the health and well-being of the harbour. Everyone in this room and the communities outside of this room share in that obligation. And I want us to be accountable to each other and lean in authentically to making the difference in the decisions that we make for the long-term benefit and the health and well-being of our harbour and our communities. So that speaks nothing to the paper, but I hope that speaks to your heart, because that's what I wanted it to do. Kia ora. I'll now hand it over to Mike, who'll give you the real facts. And can I just, before I finish, can I just say one more thing? I was told that the chairs of all the committees during December will dress up in a Santa theme, so I'm very disappointed that the chair's not wearing a Santa hat or something. No, jokes. I started that, sorry.
Mike Mendonça will speak now.
Good morning, councillors. Look, the reason this is so important for us is that, of course, we share infrastructure. About 1/3 of the stormwater that comes into Porirua comes from the north of Wellington. And if there's kind of a line that goes through Johnsonville and all the stormwater and sewage actually that comes from that part of Wellington comes north into Porirua where we manage it and the consequences of it. Like Porirua City, the stormwater isn't necessarily clean. It brings all sorts of stuff with it, and that stuff finds its way into our harbour. We have the same issues in other parts of Porirua. It's not just with the Wellington catchment, so we're in this together. I wanted to make the point that this accord is not perfect. It's a point in time, and we're going to have to keep working on it and keep updating it, and it'll be a living document. But we think that perfection is the enemy of being good, and we would just like to be good. And finally, there is some work to be done around the data and evidence that feeds into the accord. We're working on that now. There's lots of data sets about the quality of water in the harbour. Those data sets aren't necessarily immediately and publicly available. We would like to change that. We're working on a project to do that, to make sure that people can actually see what the state of the water is in the harbour and behave accordingly. At the moment, we tend to direct people to the Lawa website, which is not really suitable or sufficient for people who actually use the harbour. You have in front of you a very rudimentary draft. Ngāti Toa has mocked up what the actual document would look like. It looks spectacular, and that's just the front page that you have on the screen for you now. That's all I really want to say formally. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you. We do have a few questions, actually. Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora. Just wanted to pull a few things out, probably more for the benefit of other councillors and others in the room. So I was talking to Anita Baker yesterday, and this was our sort of political reckons that we have a symbiotic relationship between Porirua and Wellington, in which Porirua assaults the senses of Wellington residents through the tip, but then we put a whole lot of fecal matter into your harbour through the stream. Is that a sort of fair assumption of the relationship that we have between cross-territorial authorities?
I would say that Mike and I get on very well, and neither of us have sent odours in either direction.
No, more seriously, Mike, do you have the greater Wellington water quality results of the Porirua stream on Here?
Yes, we do. Yes.
Yeah, could you talk to the fecal matter and other sort of contributors?
So that stream, if you've walked it recently, it looks fantastic. A lot of riparian planting has taken place, and it's starting to look really great from an amenity perspective. But the nasty truth is that the water itself is not good. E. coli is a major problem, but actually we have a number of problems. Sediment is also a problem, and different parts of Porirua Harbour suffer from both of those issues. So the E. coli comes from sewage. We know this. We have exactly the same issue across the country, actually, Councillor, including in Porirua City and other parts of the catchment as well. So this is as much about sewage as it is about stormwater, and you know this is really driving and informing our thinking around local water done well and water reform as well.
I think last time I saw a report, which was probably about a year and a half ago, I think it was an F grade for fecal matter in the stream. So I assume that has not improved since you've.
Well, things with streams, they flush themselves out, right? So they come and go, but we've had a couple of spectacular failures on our side of the border, actually, with sewage going into that stream. So we're in this together, as I say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paddock.
Kia ora. I've got quite a few questions. So we've been talking about this harbour, this very important harbour, for quite a long time, and so now we've got this new accord, which is great, and I'm glad that you are happy with it. But is it going to change the dial, do you think, enough, given we've had the Whaitoa process, this enormous process, and we've had debates at Wellington City Council too about what we can do to help? So that's my first question.
When you say dial, I think I would package it like this. This is a starting point and the first step in developing the right tools to be in the toolbox to solve the problem. But it's not, this accord is not going to be a silver bullet that solves everything, but it gets us working together collaboratively on the things that matter and setting the direction moving forward that holds everybody in the room accountable. So does it move the dial? It moves it further than what we've currently got.
So people haven't been working together?
Yes. So this has been years of work by officers and officials. Yeah, I'm working together. So this thing has been in the pipeline for, excuse the pun, for a number of years. And so this is the culmination of all of that work. And Wellington City Council had officials deeply involved in that as well.
Okay, and then my last question is around the money, because, you know, we can talk all we like and have meetings, but, you know, work has to be done. So I know there's some reference to that. When you look at the budgets, do you think it's sufficient?
I don't. I haven't looked at any budgets, and so that's not a question that I can answer. But I will say this in response to that: we will never have enough money to solve the problems that we have in front of us efficiently. Yeah. I mean, you could chuck billions of dollars and we'd just be keeping up. And I mean, people around this table know the challenges we have. So I don't think we can say, you know, is the money adequate? Because I don't think it ever will be adequate, to be honest with you. But what I think we can say is that the money we are going to invest in this, we're going to make sure we're investing it in the right place to achieve the right outcome. Will it ever be enough? No.
So, as the paper spells out, the instrument you are approving today does not bind you. But what it does do, as Rawiri has outlined, is move us forward in our relationship. What is different about the accord from past agreements is Ngāti Toa have taken a big step forward and written an agreement that we have helped develop that is based upon that enduring relationship that lies at the heart of being mana whenua. And upon that enduring relationship, I see some confidence. The other factor from the city's point of view is we are expecting a great deal of housing to move into the northern catchments. Where you have change, you have the opportunity to change the future. And so from that point of view, now is a good time to move our relationship forward so that we can address some of the enduring challenges that have bedeviled both yourselves and your predecessors within this table.
Can I just ask one more question? Or should I go
Sure. No, that's right.
So the whai-toa process, has it delivered anything?
So the whai-toa process is at the start of a whole bunch of other stuff that will flow through to and ultimately into our district plans. So it is coming. There are currently discussions around what that means for us, because we've got to think about the economic impacts of some of these things as well as the environmental impacts. So it's very much a work in progress. It's coming. It's not here yet, hasn't made impact yet, but it's very much a long-term initiative, Councillor, that we don't expect to deliver. And as Sean's already pointed out, we can't do anything in excess of what we can now do with the statutes and the budgets that we have. So this doesn't layer on top of our current consenting frameworks or our current LTP budgets. It's really just giving it an oomph and keeping our focus on it.
Can I'd like to encourage everybody around this table to not miss the point that we're trying to make here. And the point is this. We can look at, does the whai-toa deliver? Does this deliver? Does the district plan deliver? What I'm looking for here is not a process-driven mechanism. I'm asking you to not look at something else for the solution. Ask yourself what the solution is, because there's nothing stopping you doing better stuff, right? And I don't want people around this table to be saying, well, has the whai-toa delivered? At the end of the day, I'm asking, have you delivered? Right? So don't look at the whai-toa or anything else. Look at yourself, because that's what Ngāti Toa's doing, along with PCC. Look at ourselves and what are we contributing to the solution, right? I would encourage you not to look somewhere else for the solution here. You know, look at the person next to you. Kia ora.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Rory. I 100% agree. That's the focus. That's what partnership is. Us each looking to doing something. I've got two questions. One is, it's great that the City Council, Mana Whenua and Porirua Council's here. Could you just comment about the engagement with the Regional Council? Because obviously they're also intimate in terms of the catchment management side of things. And they're a bit...
Sure, and we actually have someone from the Regional Council in the room. I think Jimmy's here, but Regional Council is one of the partners, one of the signatories to the Accord. They are the regulator, but of course the outcome they want is exactly the same as the outcome that we all want. In fact, the Regional Council, I actually think, considered this Accord maybe 4 or 5 months ago, so it's already been socialised with the elected members at the Greater Wellington Regional Council, Councillor.
And thanks. I'll just leave the rest.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Porirua Kelly.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know who's going to answer this, but it's just a very quick question. Has drenching the harbour been part of the solution? Has that been socialised?
No particular activity is yet visible in that level of detail. So the answer is no. There's no particular initiative that's been agreed to based on the Accord. So, but I don't think anything's off or on the table at this stage. It's about making sure that we've got the right operating environment to inform decisions like that, Liz. Yeah. So.
Councillor McNulty.
Tian, perhaps could you bring the paper up with the amended substantive? I just want to ask a question. It's probably helpful for councillors to be able to see that wording. Cool. So Rawiwi obviously just came as a surprise to you about 30 minutes ago, but you'll see there's a clause up there, number 6, that I've asked be moved as part of the amended substantive relating to the watercourse agreement that governs the Porirua stream. So the current watercourse agreement has references to the Tawa Borough Council, and we also obviously have a new water services entity coming online. So I just wanted to make sure that a review of that watercourse agreement, or us requesting that the Accord looks at that, is acceptable and something that you would support within that work.
In principle, I'm happy to take it away and have a look at with regards to it adding value to the outcome. I just recognise that there are other parties involved in the agreement, and I'm reluctant in isolation of other parties to agree or not agree on any changes. But I mean, in principle, I see what it is you're trying to achieve, and on the face of it, I don't have too many issues, but I would want to make sure that there was a level of comfort.
Yeah, that's just an ask of us to other partners.
Yeah, Mike.
So procedurally, the amendment would instruct me to bring an item to the Accord Governance Group when it is constituted. So it would not alter the agreements that have already been agreed to by the other parties. Instead, it would place a duty upon me to bring something that could be decided under the Accord. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I think it's actually pretty benign because I can tell you officers are already looking at that agreement, which I think is dated 1977. So it is something that is actually actively being looked at already. So in terms of a resolution, first blush from Porirua, it's not too much of a drama.
Yeah, based on that, I'm happy with that then, given that it's, in the paper. Yeah.
Thank you. That looks like all of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So do I have I have Liz has moved the, she's moved it, and Councillor McNulty is second. Do you want to talk to it, or?
I do want to talk to it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I'm really quite excited to move this paper as a founding member of Porirua Harbour Committee. I can't remember how long that was set up, but it's good to hear that they have recommended a refreshed approach to enable a stronger effort to achieve the goal of restoring the health of the harbour, Te Awarua or Porirua, which is commonly known as Porirua Harbour. I really like the principle-based approach, which binds the partners and the partner organisations and will hold them to account for their actions, because right now I think that's been a bit of the hōhā relationship that we have, is that when there is an issue, there's no one putting their hand up for who's liable. So this accord, I like that. And it also, it's a good outcome, and the amendment that Councillor McNulty has included in the substantive supports that further. So I support the vision of the Accord that speaks to the health and the mauri of Te Awarua or Porirua to ensure its waters are healthy and sustainable for future generations. And I just kind of wanted to touch on that a little bit. I grew up in Takapuahia, so I grew up on the banks of Porirua Harbour. The harbour was my playground. It was my playground, and it was also my food basket, which when I was growing up was really important. My mum was a single mother and she had 5 children. There were 5 of us, and I can tell you that at least 3 or 4 meals every week was taken directly from our harbour. Now, why I'm telling you that is because this isn't a 100-year-old problem. I'm not that old. This problem isn't that old. We have caused this problem and we need to clean it. And what I would like to see is for the future generations, my mokos, people who live and connect with the harbour, that they get to have those same opportunities that I have. When me and my cousins get together, we have fond memories of us playing in the harbour, of us looking for pippies and boo-boos, for our uncles fishing. And the way that we were fed then, it wasn't just you looking after yourself. When our uncles went fishing, when they got flounder out of the harbour, they got the nets full, they took what they needed and they left the rest on the beach for the rest of our whānau who needed to be fed. Now, that's an age that's gone by now. We live in a different world, but we still can create a space where our generations, our mokos, can still enjoy some of the things that we enjoyed. So I am excited for this to happen. I'd be really more excited if it was something that was able to be cleared up really quickly. But I understand that the problem is a big problem, but we need to start somewhere. And I was really pleased, if I can just indulge you a little bit, I was really pleased when the council at our recent regs committee, we were able to stop a lease where activities that were going on at Takapū Road were actually impacting negatively on the Porirua stream. So things that were happening there with the horses, we were able to stop that, and I think it might seem like a little thing, but it's a first step, and little steps lead on to bigger steps. So I'm asking you all to I recommend this and hope that you will support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor McNulty.
I'll just speak quickly. Thank you, Pui, Kelly, for moving this. And yeah, very, very. This paper came as a surprise, but a really welcome one when I opened up the papers for the week. And particularly the fact that we have got a chance to address this watercourse agreement. So I just want to talk about why this is Wellington City Council's problem, because there are really three key contributors that our city has into this. Firstly, our greenfield development, whilst I absolutely support that, the reality is every new home that goes in Churton Park or Lincolnshire Farms, there is sediment that comes down the hill, it gets into the stream, and it raises the basin level of that stream. And that is also becoming a climate change and flooding risk in terms of when we see more aggressive rains and things coming through. There will be some managed retreat from houses and Tawa in our not too distant future. I've been into the backyards of many of them, so that's one of the first reasons it's a problem, and that sediment finds its way into the harbour in the end. The other thing is the rubber and plastic pollution that comes out from those new suburbs, so from tyres driving through on the roads, all these little bits of microplastics and pollutants do end up finding their way again with stormwater into the stream. And the third is the sewage, and there are really some poor quality sewage pipes that are in the Wellington City Council catchment as well that are actively leaking into this harbour, and at the end of the day it all flows into the stream, which all then flows into the harbour. So it's incumbent on us to do something about it. The watercourse agreement is really a vital part of this. As you heard reference, in 1976 is when it was drawn up, and it exists today, and it talks about the responsibilities of the Tawa Borough Council that no longer exist. There's been a bit of hand being thrown up in the air around issues with this catchment where we can't make sense of who's actually responsible for particular issues. So that agreement does need to be looked at. And I suppose my final plug here is, giving Dawi's words around what do we do, or looking at ourselves. Really, this is one of the key reasons why I think amalgamation in our region must happen in terms of city councils. We've got cross-council issues, as I referred to. We pollute Porirua's harbour, they pollute the smell of Tawa residents. Neither side has a democratic accountability to the other. And I think in the long term, this is actually where we need to head in terms of solving some of these nastier, meatier problems. So your court hopefully builds us a nice basis to work from. But fundamentally, having one council dealing with this whole catchment from city to sea would make a huge difference in my view. So I hope that's something that we can put onto the agenda for the next triennium. I think Wellingtonians are there for it. And when you look at problems like this, it actually becomes incumbent on why some of those things would be easier to look at. So really happy to move this, and hopefully we can be unanimous on it. Cheers.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Am I seconding this? Sorry, I missed that. But so I just want to say that I agree with Councillor McNulty. This catchment has ended up being neglected for decades because it's the responsibility of multiple government agencies, and unfortunately, without a strong agreement or an agreement with people's eyes on it, it's too easy to do budgets and look at things that are on the margin, and this whole catchment seems to have been on the margin for not just this council, but even the regional council and the Porirua council, and we've left with a situation which is really just neglect. It's not bad intentions. I think everyone's had good intentions, and I certainly thank Mana Whenua for taking the initiative and leading us to have a common accord. I think it's also extremely timely because much as we are about to face the decisions around the new delivery of water, the decision that's already made is that the stormwater side of things is remaining with the councils. And so now that we know we're going to have to deal with this as a city council and Porirua as a city council, we can get on and start dealing with it. Finally, I just want to reinforce those wise words from Raoi about the accord is really the starting point for the accord is to get us to look at ourselves and say, what are we as a council going to contribute towards a program that will help the whole catchment and help Porirua Harbour and also help our own communities that live right through this whole catchment area. So I thank everyone and I support this motion.
Councillor Pennant.
Kia ora, just really briefly. I agree with everything that's been said and I think this is a wonderful step forward. The reason I asked my questions was to do just that, to look at ourselves, because I remember po iwi Kelly last triennium, you really challenged us, and we have about how we were treating the harbour. We've been talking about this for years, and we should be doing better. The enormous amount of resources were put into the whaitua, and it just sort of feels like, well, okay, so where are we at? And maybe we just need another update. So I'm glad we're moving forward. And just the other point is, thank you, Councillor McNulty, for acknowledging that development and housing does cause significant environmental issues. And so I hope that moving forward, that when we do our housing, that we put the environment first, because that is the best way to ensure the continuation of all living beings on this planet.
Do we have anyone who wishes to participate in the debate? Oh, right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really quickly, I forgot to thank my whanaunga for coming, and even though he brought a little bit of a reverence around our table, I want to thank him for what he said, and also to particularly reiterate what he did say, that Te Awarua o Porirua is the most important thing that Ngāti Toa hold dear to us, and what we want to accomplish. And while I know that it might be controversial, I do hope that nothing is off the table. I know what they did to clean the Thames up, and look at the Thames now. I remember when I lived in London 40 odd years ago, it was black, and now you can swim in it. I still wouldn't swim in it, but you can swim in it. So I hope nothing is off the table, and that's why I raised the issue of the dredging. But anyway, I hope you are going to support this. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. I now put the motion, which has been moved and seconded. Those in favour, please press 1. Oh, sure. Do you want to vote? Oh, okay, right. Yeah. How long do we have to wait for Ray? Ray, are you going to vote from Japan? Doesn't look like it. Okay, let's go. Can we just close the vote now? In which case it's passed unanimously. Thank you. We will now have a morning tea break until 20 to 11. Thank you. 10 minutes, that's enough. James and Faz Zamani to introduce the report. Thank you, James and Faz.
Kia ora koutou. So I'm James Roberts, as you all know. This is Scott from RCP. So Scott is overseeing a lot of the work that we do in Tanako, Civic Square, and has been helping us manage through the process of gathering the various different advice and options that we have presented in this paper. And you all know Faz, who's the program manager for Tanako Civic Square. So this paper seeks the committee's agreement to proceed with the demolition of the City to Sea Bridge in the Capital E building following the community consultation, which is now concluded. I'll just make a couple of overall points. The program of work on structures in Tanako Civic Square began 15 years ago in 2009 when an earthquake-prone building notice was issued on the town hall. Tanako Civic Square was compromised at that point, and the impacts to the city and nearby residents and businesses have been going on ever since. Council has been on a 15-year journey of investigations, discussions and decisions to address all the earthquake resilience issues across Tanako. The journey's been incredibly challenging as we are faced into the genuine risks we live with each day from earthquakes, understanding our moral and legal obligation as managers and governors of public structures and what that means for public safety and the resilience of our built environment. It's been neither easy nor cheap. So to summarise what's happened over these 15 years of investigations, discussions and decisions, in 2013 both the Town Hall and Capital E were closed to the public for remediation following the Christchurch and Seddon earthquakes. In 2015 the first estimate to strengthen the Town Hall was $58 million. In 2016, CAB was closed due to damage sustained in the Kōrau earthquake. In 2017, Council approved an updated budget for strengthening the Town Hall of $90 million. In 2019, the Central Library, our most important community site, was also closed as a result of the Kōrau earthquake. Also in 2019, Mob was closed, another victim of that quake. Also in 2019, Council approved an updated budget for Town Hall strengthening of $112 million. In 2020, Council agreed to strengthen Te Marapi Central Library at an estimated cost of $180 million. In 2020, the cost of strengthening Mob was estimated to be $84 million. Council agreed the preferred option was to demolish the building to avoid this cost and to investigate other options for funding and reanimating the Mob cab site. In 2022, Council approved an updated budget for strengthening the Town Hall of $182 million. And in 2023, Council approved a further updated and final budget for strengthening the Town Hall of $329 million. Also in 2023, while developing the LTP, Council agreed to include $65 million as an estimate for the resolution of the remaining structures in Tanako, that being the City to Sea Bridge, Capital E and the Civic Basement. This budget reflected the estimated demolition cost for those structures and the lowest estimated cost necessary to resolve the remaining elements of Civic Square. Over the last 12 months, we've worked with our engineers and technical consultants to determine options for these remaining structures. Remediation is always an option, as Council has learned from spending over $500 million so far on remediating other structures in Tanako. But the lowest cost option for the resolution of these remaining structures of Capital E and the bridge is demolition. I fully appreciate, as does the team, the community's heartfelt feelings about Tanako. 15 years after that earthquake-prone building notice was issued for the Town Hall, Tanako is almost fully compromised as a usable space. The city has gradually lost a defining precinct and the impacts on nearby residents and businesses has become extreme. Council and the city desperately need this precinct resolved and completed. The good news is completion is in sight. In 2 years from now, Te Matapihi, the City Gallery, the Town Hall will be open and the basement, Capital E and bridge work will be complete and Tanako will be alive again. We, the team, are working to a carefully curated and optimised plan that coordinates multiple expensive elements that are in various stages of procurement, design and build demolish. We have integrated the work streams so that when various expertise, skills and crews are on the site, we're able to get them across all elements of the outstanding work they need to do. As well as minimising cost, the schedule minimises the ongoing impact on residents and businesses in the vicinity and gets Tūnako finished as soon as possible so that both business, residents and the city can start to enjoy the benefits of this hard work and investment. I just finish by saying that in light of some of the frankly quite unfair, unbalanced, inaccurate and sometimes borderline abusive rhetoric on social media recently, I want to point out that our Tūnako program team is very capable and very experienced and has a lengthy engagement working on the structures and with the geotechnical conditions and engineering challenges around Tūnako. The work done on Town Hall and Te Marapihi is outstanding work. Our consultants, engineers and builders are some of the best in New Zealand, and there is no debate about that. Our advice has been peer-reviewed and risk-assessed. Options have been costed. There is no further analysis that can be done that will provide any more relevant information than what we have compiled.
We have a question from Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora, team. Knowing what you know now, especially the innovative solution agreed by a number of engineers and costed at 53.3 million, which is included in the agenda report, do you think we should have included the option to retain the bridge in the consultation paper?
No, because the parameters we were working within were the parameters of the budget that was agreed under the LTP, and that was not an affordable option. So it was not a reasonably practicable option.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, I've been on the list a few times. I guess I'll just kick into the Spencer Holmes review because there were two things in there that I wanted to interrogate. They talk about, I guess there's going to be a crux of the argument today that IL2 means that we don't need to strengthen, or, we can leave it as is. So they talk about that criteria, so IL3 is not sufficient because at the moment the 300 people is triggered, if at all, less than a handful of occasions per annum. When we have the square reopened, so let's say we were to leave the bridge, sorry this is long, but if we were to leave the bridge, have the square reopened Te Matapihi City Gallery, would that handful of occasions be increasing, and then would we not find ourselves potentially back in the case where we might need to classify it as IL3 because of the increased use?
That's correct, Councillor McNulty. There's a few points that I would like to make. First is just confirming that when the square is open, we're expecting a large number of events to happen in the square. Currently, of course, there's nothing in the square, so there is no reason. And when in the last even few years, we only had couple of buildings open, and again that was a reason that we didn't have a very activated square. That's the first thing. The second thing, the span of the bridge, which is under the question in terms of IL3 or IL2, is 754 square meter. If you put one person per square meters, that's 754 people. That means that we have a very clear case under the code that it is more than 300 people can be occupied on the bridge. So based on the code is a quite clear cut that this is IL3. The other two things is that Spencer Holmes in 2010-2011 and in a 2018 report considered the bridge as IL3. The other thing is that the bridge is designed for load bearing of crowds. Again, another case for IL3.
Well, thank you. So sorry, so they classified it as IL3 previously.
Previously.
And now today. Okay. In the liquefaction paragraph, I guess this was interesting language because you expect the stuff to be very will, should, do, like very assertive. There's a thing about here, the desktop assessment may be conservative for a step change to be applied to the structure. I guess I'm just after, that's quite wishy-washy for an engineering report. Is there any commentary you could provide around that?
I may ask Dr. Chen from Tonkin and Taylor to respond to that. Sorry, Councillor, would you like to ask the question again?
Yeah, so I'll just read the sentence. Section C4 geotechnical considerations of the seismic assessment of existing buildings does note that very few sites will result in a true step change in behaviour. The desktop assessment may be conservative for a step change to be applied to the structure without a more thorough assessment by a geotechnical engineer. I guess I'm just interrogating may be because I would expect some pretty solid direction out of any engineering report, and any commentary you might have around that.
Yeah, we have a lot of information around the Civic Square. We've done a lot of investigation as part of Town Hall across the road, and we have sufficient information to be confident around the risk of liquefaction of the ground. And the assessment has also taken a fairly aggressive approach to assume that the seawall is founded on good ground. So, so I guess we have already made some pretty aggressive assumptions, and the outcome has led to what it is today. So doing more investigations, I guess, could potentially indicate that the ground is worse than we thought, and which could probably lead to a worse outcome than what it is today.
Thank you. And last one for this round. So IL2 versus IL3, is this a hard limit or a reasonable test? Because there seems to be a diaspora of views around their classification.
Sorry, I may ask Tessa from Oricon to answer this.
Yeah, so just confirming. So IL2 versus IL3, is it legislatively, is it quite hard, firm, or is it more wishy-washy, flexible around those classifications?
Legislatively, in our standard 1170, the IL3 classification is pretty clear. If there's an occupancy of over 300 people, it is IL3. And it does not differentiate around how many times a building or a structure would be loaded to that level.
Cool. Thank you very much. Back on the list, please.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. Having been through the engineering reports, do you accept that it's NZTA and MB's advice that when assessing bridges, they should be assessed as an IL2 structure?
May I ask Tissa to answer that again? Sorry, Tissa.
As I wonder if Ofcom would be better placed to respond to this one.
Yeah.
Just repeat the question, please.
Do officers and engineers accept, having read the reports and these recommendations, that it's NZTA's recommendation and MB's recommendation that bridges by default should be assessed as an IL2 structure?
No, NZTA does not suggest that. They say that footbridges would be designed for importance level 2, or the minimum of 1 importance level lower than the carriageway that they are crossing. But I guess there is how footbridges intended to be interpreted is a little bit grey. I mean, is it a bridge? Is it a building? It's a little bit grey. We considered this in our assessment, and we decided that the 1170 definition was the most appropriate one to proceed with, and that is consistent with the assessments that have been undertaken before, and that was agreed with by the reviewers of our report as well.
So just to probably following that, Spencer Holmes in 2 occasions considered the bridge as IL3. We have done so 2010, 2011, 2018, IL3, and then we have done our DSA, again is IL3. We have done a peer review of our DSA, agreed on IL3. So we don't see any ground, considering that the sequence of these assessments over more than a decade been IL3 to change the IL3 for any other reasons, considering that there's a solid evidence that this is IL3.
So you say that reviewers all agreed, but in the Dunning-Thornton report that was released yesterday, there's a statement that is our interpretation of the relevant standards that this footbridge would be more appropriately classified as IL2 rather than IL3. So obviously there's one reviewer who doesn't necessarily agree IL3 is the correct assessment standard from a professional engineering point of view. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, that's their view.
Yeah. So obviously not all engineering feedback was that it should be as an IL3.
That is correct. However, when we went through the process, based on the previous assessments, our engineer advice and the peer review of the engineer advice, they all agreed that this is IL3. Based on a very clear cot number of 300 people, the bridge again is 754 square meter, which can accommodate at least 754
so
people.
One last question before I get back on the list. How much would it cost to restrict the space that's on the bridge so that you could not get more than 300 people onto it, and therefore we would make it an IL2, for those few times where people may want to crowd there.
Yeah. So if we consider that we have one significant event or graduation or ceremony every 2 weeks in the square, and we have number of people coming to the bridge, probably we are required to put security guard at each end of the bridge, counting people and probably fencing the bridge. I don't think we are in a position to cost that solution. It is possible. It sounds unreasonable.
Can I go on this, please?
So we have Councillor Pennant as our next person to grill you.
Thank you. I just want to continue on from my colleague around consultation. So I do want to check that it is lawful that having taken the money out, that we then could only offer the two options. This is quite important because we do get tripped up sometimes about whether we've done consultation. I think the expectation was that we would have given the full suite of options. Now, you've got a recommendation in the paper, but the consultation didn't say that. So and maybe Beth, it could help here too with the legal aspect of it. Thank you.
Sure. Karen, thank you.
Oh, Karen, apologies.
That's all right. Kia ora, councillors. So, yes, it is lawful, and what I would note in that respect as well is that the consultation material did include in it the reasons why officers felt or considered that the option to repair was not reasonably practicable, and included information about that, and that so that people were able to understand and could provide feedback on that in response to the material.
Okay, my second question, sorry, I'm going to go back on the IL issue, and we've now had two engineering companies say that, as opposed to some others that have said it's IL3. So, that, engineering is an art as well as a science. So, in they would acknowledge that. The seismic risk guidance, which Dunning-Thornton provided to us, which is incredibly useful. So, as you all know, it says for all buildings, regardless of importance level, short-term occupancy decisions should be focused on life safety risk in the near term. So that's why they've gone for the IL2. Look, I've lived in this neighbourhood all my life. This is not used by thousands of people or hundreds of people on a regular basis. So I guess I'm just asking why the short-term occupancy was not given sufficient weight.
Our engineer advises that it can be occupied for more than 300 people. We expect quite frequent number of events that will be more than 300 people, and therefore we consider the bridge to be IL3.
Just before we do a circle around of people.
Oh, sorry, I've just got one for my three questions, and I'll go back on the list.
Okay.
So we heard from Mr. McLean, who has done extensive work on the town hall, so that was useful to hear from him today. So he is saying, and I think I understood from the Q&A session, that you could get on with the dock, which I think all councillors want to see happen. Is it your view, still after listening to Mr. McLean, that it is possible to do the dock and leave the bridge alone?
The key issue here is the whole capital E building, excluding the road, the spans that go over the road, does have a deadline of 2031. It is earthquake prone. It has been empty for a very long time. And that building in its entirety needs to be dealt with in the next 4 years as per legislation.
Current legislation. Which is likely to change, yeah. Okay, thank you. If I could just go back on the list, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora. Just option 3A, can officers just let, if we had have had the money in the budget for that, would officers consider this a reasonably practicable option? Sorry, always a hard thing to say.
I think if the money had been in the budget, yes, because that was in essence the reason why it wasn't reasonably practicable, because of the money that the budget we were working to.
Two more. Yeah. Just on the slide from yesterday, you've got project timeframe to be confirmed. Could you give an indication of what time frame that would need if that was an option that was possible?
That design is a pretty early stage, but it could be staged out over a couple of years. But we'd basically need 6 to 12 months to finish the design, get resource consent, and then start implementing it after that stage.
Right. Okay.
But we would obviously have to prioritise the loading dock in order to work with the town hall.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, I just want to ask just about this reasonably practicable option and your reliance on what's in the LTP budget. But we just had it clarified with us over the last week or two through our Crown Observer that just because something's in or out of a budget doesn't necessarily mean it's determined. So, I mean, when we have an option, it may mean that more money may have to come through an amendment or an annual plan amendment or annual plan. So I just want to understand why officers, because it wasn't in the LTP, why they didn't consider still pointing it up, knowing that there would have to be an amendment for additional money.
We did consider that. I think the councillors unanimously approved the consultation document to go out to the public.
So if we've made an error of judgment or assessment, is it appropriate that we keep, well, from my perspective, it looks like we're perpetuating an error that we may have made by not having that option there?
I don't believe so. We can ask Karen to speak to it again, but the advice we got was that it was grounds to make it reasonably, not a reasonably practical option.
Okay, thank you.
The issue around whether it's a reasonably practical option relating to the finances is not simply just what budget was set aside, but it's actually more about what the fiscal constraints, the wider fiscal constraints are that you're operating within, and whether it's sort of a reasonably practical option within that larger setting and what is sort of prudent and financially prudent.
Sorry, have we got any more answers coming, or is that it for that question?
That's it. I think there's some noise coming from the gallery.
Okay. Could the people who are sitting in the back of the room please not talk during the debate? Thank you very much. So nobody who has... Councillor Free. Sorry. Yep, your turn.
Thank you. Even if we had had money in the budget, how would you have estimated the risk of cost escalation, given those figures that you gave for the town hall? It went from 58 million to 339.
Are we specifically talking about the intermediate scheme option, or generally for all of the option?
Generally for an option to, any sort of option to remediate the bridge.
So we've been through a thorough design process with our teams to come up with the best solution for all the different options. RLB, Bevan, who's sitting in the back, did all of the pricing work with that, and there's been appropriate contingencies put away to deal with the things that we've learnt. As a team, we've delivered all of the projects in the square. I personally wasn't started at the town hall, but we are now working on that project, and we're using all the lessons that we've taken from those to ensure that there is appropriate contingencies to manage those things.
So you are saying that the risks of escalation are much less than they were when we started
Yes.
back in this process, when we didn't know as much as we know now.
Correct. We've taken appropriate learnings from our previous projects to ensure that we have contingencies to manage those things, and if general escalation related to the market from post-COVID is easing to a large degree, and so that is also a further reduced risk.
So I want to ask another one about the risk of lateral spread, which seems to be highlighted, and it's very confusing. It's different risks if it's IL2 or IL3, but okay. If we did demolish the bridge, what's the risk of lateral spread? What's the residual risk of lateral spread in relation to the actual structure of Jervois Quay? Or is it hugely reduced by not having a bridge on top?
I think one thing to consider is that if whether the bridge is there or not, there is a risk of lateral displacement. The difference is that remediation of lateral displacement and the damage that it caused to the road is way less than if you have a massive concrete structure blocking the road. So if the lateral displacement causing cracks in the road, in the case of a lateral displacement, we can remediate that very quickly. But if we have a bridge that is compromised or at the risk of failure, it would be way more lengthier to kind of remediate that in order to enable emergency services to go through.
Okay, thank you. My other question is about the suggestion of bolstering up the seawall by putting rocks or structures into the lagoon. How much would that impact on the actual lagoon in terms of its, the area that's left and the use of it?
We estimate that would have a 10 meters encroachment based on the $53.3 million solution. So it would reduce the utility and amenity of the lagoon, but also it has a number of environmental biodiversity implications that we need to work through. So there will be consenting complexities attached to that.
Okay, thank you. I do have another one, but I'll go back.
Sure. Porirua Hohaya.
Yeah, kia ora. Just wondering what thought has been given to what might happen to the artworks on the bridge in the event it is demolished.
Kia ora. I think I explained this before. We have a public art policy that we go through, and based on that policy, we would engage with the stakeholders, so all the whānau and representative of the artists. Through a reiterative process, we take back that solution to the public art panel. We discuss that with Mana Whenua and our Māori designers. I think Rangi Kipa is here, so he can talk to that. Rangi.
Nice.
But there is a extensive process to address to that issue.
Thank you. It'd be good to hear from Rangi too.
Tēnā tātou. As Faz has already said, there's a series of policies that are there already in place, and we have been asked to also contribute to making those policies also accommodate and align with some of the ideas that we've got around how to resolve that. Actually, I could probably spend the next half an hour going through a whole range of options, which I'm not going to bore you with. But I suppose the most important thing that I'd probably want to get across to the taumata is that I've listened and participated in the public forum that we had around this matter. I note that the majority of the populace that are apoplectic about the removal or potential dismantling of the bridge are of a particular demographic, and that on the basis on the basis that from a mana whenua perspective, it's really clear to me considering the event that happened here just a couple of weeks ago, that the expectation is that we've got a role and a responsibility to serve the future. And considering, and I understand the nature of the heritage aspect and the legacy aspect of the works that are there, but also that happened in a particular time and a place. And if we recognise that, like the council has a particular jurisdiction and a role to make sense of your place, e.g. placemaking, within Wellington, we'd also ask as a mana whenua, we'd also ask that that the works that are there and any others that go in for that matter are run through the same process, that where the works make sense within the context and the rigours of tikanga Māori. So Holden, you probably understand that better than maybe others around the table, but that requires us to make sense of the works that are there, or any works that are there, that they make sense within the customary principles and environment of Te Atiawa Taranaki Whānui in the first instance. So it's actually a really deep conversation that needs unpacking, but on the basis that we're speaking on behalf of our particular people here, we've yet to go through that process deeper ourselves, but we're more than happy and capable of responding to the questions around that.
Just if I could, a follow-up to you, Rangi. You mentioned that times have changed and you do things differently now. In terms of ahi kā, who would you talk to today about the artistic narrative in that place?
I think it's I think the conversation needs to go a lot deeper than having a conversation around art. That's one of the things that's evolved within our community, is that we're starting to be a lot more critical about the language and the stuff that people talk about as being Māori art. It's quite clear that we're going through a transition, and as we dig deeper into the nature of the integrity in our cultural enterprise, our cultural expression, the extension of our cultural reality, that things that have traditionally been framed as art is no longer acceptable for us when we are now starting to come to terms with unpacking that stuff. Because as far as my generation and others that are under our let's say my age group, we're very clear that those things are actually part of our language systems. And so on the nature of having that conversation, it's a different conversation than just talking about Māori art.
Ka pai, thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to actually warn or remind the gallery that if there's any noise, we will actually ask you to leave the room. So, consider yourself now on your last warning. Actually, I'll have a question now myself because I haven't had one yet, and that is, I've just got two questions. One of them is about capital E, is earthquake's status. Am I correct to understand that there is no controversy about the risk of that building collapsing? That there's effectively all the engineers agree that that building is actually a major earthquake risk.
That is correct. We haven't received any challenge to the status of capital E and the need to remediate that, either from the public or all of the engineers. I think that's something that everyone agrees.
And my second question related to that is that, I guess that the main proposal was to demolish capital E. There is the second one to put in a structural something or other inside it to hold it up, which seems to me to be somewhat inadequate. But I'd just like your comment about what you actually feel of this alternative of erecting a structure to, I think, get it up to 34%, as to whether that would actually be a solution.
That is somehow correct. That basically bare minimum structure that we suggest as part of the $53.3 million solution depends on the work on the bridge and the seawall. Is not an isolated work that address the problems of capital E. If we are going to address the issues of capital E, without the bridge and the seawall, we probably need to do more work on the capital E, so the ground conditions of the capital E, to address capital E by itself. However, if you spend quite a significant amount of money on the bridge and the seawall, probably that bracing of the capital E will be adequate.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Councillor McNulty.
Just for a reminder, so how did we get to the budget figure in the LTP that stopped strengthening being a reasonably practicable option?
Yeah, so we had some fairly high level estimates done at the time for the remainder of the work. And I don't know if you can recall this, but in the original draft documentation, we had 240 million as a placeholder, and that's where I think council considered that to be far too much. Fortunately, we also had a high level assessment of a demolition cost as well, which is 65, and that was why the decision was. And in fact, there was a number of amendments that were done to kind of reinforce, like the decision was to demolish and to not spend the additional money on remediation solutions.
So we as councillors brought amendments and agreed on them to reduce that budget.
That's correct, yes.
Cool. Some questions. So we've had for it now a judicial review, and it seems like it's going to be almost a certainty. So I want to dig into what are the financial implications of such a review and what any delays it could be caused?
I would need to take advice from the lawyers as to the length of time that could impact completion of work in Tūnako. But the brief discussions I've had with Karen about it is that it could create a significant, as in year plus delay. And I think, my personal view, that's very sad, because that will impact our ability to complete Tūnako and present it back to the city. And the other problem that we have is one of the issues that we have with Town Hall, and as you said, Councillor, the price going from 58 to 329, a lot of that is related to extension of time costs. And in essence, that's where, maybe Scott, you might comment, because my language is probably more parochial than yours, but in essence, that's where we've commissioned folk to do work and then we've delayed them, and so they give us extension of time costs that relate to them, in essence. Stopping work, redoing work, bringing trades on, demobbing trades, bringing them back, getting quotes back again, etc. As an example, small example, we had the fit-out costs for Victoria University for Town Hall were, I think they are approximately 10 million, but it took us a long time to get confirmation on that from Victoria, and the net of that was they've now 14.5 million. A lot of that is to do with trades that had quoted. Those quotes went into remission because the time had gone past, so they had to be requoted all over again, and sometimes trades are not available. So therefore you have to get a different tradesperson with a different quote, etc. So the net of it is any kind of delays can add significant cost, and that's exactly what we've experienced on Town Hall.
So just to, in your view, the most prudent financial decision is to essentially proceed through the risk of cost escalations, or other things from any other course of action will be more financially reckless.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Matthews.
Sorry, James, I'm going to circumvent you and go directly to the lawyers, because I just think there is a little bit of mixed messaging around these reasonably practicable options. So I just want to clarify from Karen or Beth that it's the key issue about what's reasonably practicable is about financial prudence rather than an individual budget decision, and that advice is provided to us by staff. However, whether something is a reasonably practicable option is determined by us as governors, both when we decide on the consultation document and also through our decisions today. I'm a lawyer now.
Yes, so The process around decision making essentially requires you to determine what is reasonably practicable, and then of those to make that decision on what you think is the best course of action on that. So council officers are entitled to and can go through a process to sort of investigate and then sort of determine what they consider to be reasonably practicable, and then go out and consult on those and then come back to you. And then in this paper, we identify along with those ones the other options that we also have considered that are realistic. So those are all in the paper for you to assess and consider, and then you can choose if you want to disagree with what council officers have put forward as the reasonably practicable options. That is absolutely your decision to make. In terms of the financial part of it, so yes, you have an amount set aside in the budget already, and so the question really is, if you need to increase the amount of spend, is that a reasonably practicable thing given the broader fiscal constraints that you are operating within?
And just to check, all of this advice has been informed by the Thorndon Quay decision?
Yes.
Yep. Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora anō. I just wanted to ask around the public art policy, as someone who's had a few interactions with it. I wanted to ask if council was able to commit to also taking the works through tikanga Māori principles, or if that's something we would need an amendment to clarify about, if it's differing from a normal process.
I can assure you that will happen, considering that we have Rangi Kipper, who just talked briefly before. He's been appointed by Mana Whenua to oversee this work and do the co-design process with us. So, and also we would engage with Mana Whenua further on any kind of decommissioning or commissioning new work that will happen in that space. So as I mentioned earlier, there will be a long process of engaging with both the stakeholders, whānau representative, public art panel, sculpture trust, Mana Whenua, and we will make sure that all of those people views are heard and make sure that we can implement the best solution for those artwork.
Kia ora, thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. You've noted that if there was legal action, it could delay it a year. Under the current plan, if we decide to demolish the bridge, when will the bridge be demolished? Obviously in the next year.
As I think I described the situation a little bit in the briefing, and I will reiterate that there is a lot of planning work that needs to happen, including the traffic management plans, road closure, consenting issues. Procurement would take a long time, engaging with all the consultants doing the design work. So it's not something that would happen immediately. There will be work to be done during the next year. Also, considering the demolition of the bridge can be quite disruptive, we have to find a period of time that would have the least amount of disruption to the traffic circulation of the city, considering that Jewiski is a critical route. We anticipate the structure of the bridge can take between a few days to a week for demolition of it, because it needs to be happen very quickly to make sure that we reduce the disruption to the businesses and residents, but we don't know exactly when that few days will be. There will be a lot of planning to happen.
Maybe Easter.
If we could get one of the big long weekends to do this, it's not necessarily just Easter. Any of the kind of holiday periods that we have less traffic on the road, that will be ideal, because that will reduce the disruption to the traffic.
Okay. Talked about the work on capital E. I understand Tonkin Taylor have done boreholes in capital E. Have we got the results of what those boreholes say yet?
Yes, those boreholes done to address or to actually understand what we call the heave pressure. I'm not a geotechnical engineer, but I've learned a lot. So basically, this is the pressure from the below of the capital E. We wanted to make sure we don't have that problem that we had under the basement, and we understand based on those boreholes that we don't have those issues.
So we have the results of that information now?
And Chin can...
Okay.
Yeah, it is for the loading dock strengthening of part of the capital E, just a point of clarification.
Okay. Given the criticality of the risk, which I understand is that there's no risk in a moderate earthquake, first of all, but in a major earthquake, the land beside the lagoon could possibly liquefy and just slump into the lagoon. But there's a seawall sitting there holding it back, that's why it hasn't happened. Has any work been done to confirm the actual ground under the seawall by way of drillings and boreholes and such like, so that you can be sure about what exactly is under there?
May I ask Chen to answer this question? He's the expert.
Probably kind of answered that question in my was answering the previous question. We have taken a fairly aggressive approach by assuming good ground underneath the seawall, and the assessment results has led us to what it is today. So we do not consider that drilling any boreholes to understand the founding conditions is going to improve the assessment. If anything, if we find that the ground conditions is actually worse than what it is, it will only impact the assessment in terms of potentially leading to a lower rating.
Yeah, so if you were going to strengthen the seawall, would you do borehole assessments?
If we were to strengthen it, that would be part of the design to understand the ground conditions underneath the seawall.
Okay, thank you. I've got a couple more questions, but I'll go on the list.
Oh, no, you may as well just...
You sure?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're running out of other people, so... No, don't worry. I know we're never going to run out of you. We know that.
Okay. Given that the officers have advised really that the key risk is not a health and safety risk of the bridge collapsing, the key risk is the blocking of the priority 1 route.
That is correct.
Yeah. So, given that there's a priority 1 route, if there's liquefaction going to occur in a big earthquake, will that key piece of land likely slump into the lagoon, irrespective of whether there's a bridge there or not?
Firstly, to again clarify, the risk to the priority route is one of the risks. Still, the bridge can collapse and there's a risk to life. The question is how that happened. I think that's the debate. That's one thing. In terms of the risk to the priority route, the liquefaction and the lateral displacement of the road happens on a bigger scale closer to the lagoon, and it would cause cracks further away that you get away from the road. I mentioned before, in a case of having cracks on the road, we can mitigate that cracks or remediate those cracks quite quickly and create a lane for emergency services to go through. If we have a big structure, concrete structure that we need to remove, that's way harder to remediate after a major disaster when the land liquefies. So that would block the emergency services in that priority route. So this argument that, if we have that much of an earthquake, the road will be impassable, that is not correct. That road can be remediated quickly, and that's Brad's team and the emergency management team. They go and basically lay gravel on the road. They make it passable for a lane for the emergency services. However, if you have a bridge that is at the risk of collapse or basically failed, then that barrier needs to be removed.
Okay, but can you...
I think I think you've had your turn. We'll put you back on the list if you like. Okay. I think we'll just have a 5-minute break to give everyone a little bit of a breather. So at 11:35, we're back, okay? questions?
Sorry, Chair, I was just dealing with one of my questions and I got some assistance. James, look, the Town Hall project has obviously been quite difficult. I'm just wondering if any of the issues why we were going through that have now come through to the decisions we have to make today, because it's very unfortunate if, for whatever reason, some decisions were made that now sort of funnel us down a particular road.
I'm not sure I really understand your question, Councillor, sorry.
So in terms of the dock, were any strengthening the dock, were any decisions that have been made which have been, it's been complex obviously to do this big project, has that dictated the work that we must do now or the process by which we must do it?
I think it's always been part of the scope. You know, it always needed to be dealt with in order to be able to operate the town hall. Absolutely.
Okay. I just would, you know, for me, the bridge is really the issue. How do you think people will be kept safe on the road? Because it is now putting people into a heavily trafficked area, even with traffic lights and all the rest of it.
I think there is a pedestrian crossing a few meters away, the Queen's Wharf pedestrian crossing, and it will be as safe as that one. And if that one is not safe, so probably we should do something with that one.
I mean safety in a broader context than that, giving people a really amazing large environment to walk through rather than having to dodge cars.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you mean by the comfort level and the being pleasant pedestrian crossing, there will be a lot of design work that will go through that design of the crossing and both sides of the crossing to make sure there's enough waiting room. The traffic lights are phased in a way that prioritize pedestrians, so there's less waiting time, and also we consider other options like slowing the traffic on that section of the road, considering that it will be a significant crossing. Yeah, as I mentioned, we will consider all the options.
And then can I just ask about the MFC? So given officers have taken a strong view on public safety, that it has been declared earthquake prone, obviously subject to the PINC review and any legislative change, does that mean that we're going to be left with an extremely hard decision? It is an IL3 building, we won't have an argument about that. That we will either have to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to strengthen it or we're going to have to demolish it, just given you have said, well, we've got to get rid of the bridge.
It's very hard to answer that question considering that we haven't done analysis on MFC at all. This is a process that we need to go through, consider all the options. We will bring back those options through a process to you. And again, the timing of that options, we will consider all the regulatory reviews on the earthquake strengthening solutions. And then I think council can decide which direction it wants to go and probably become a discussion for the next LTP in terms of what is the best solution for Maikawhara Centre.
But you will potentially take quite a strong line like you have done with the bridge?
I don't think we have taken specifically a strong or a soft approach to the bridge. We seek advice from engineers, and at the time, this is the advice that we've got. We will do same thing with the Maikawhara Centre. I think we had some learnings from this process that we will apply to the Maikawhara Centre, and make sure that we have considered all the creative solutions well in advance and discuss that with you so you can make the right decision going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Going back again to the consultation, and do you think people who really care about this bridge for different reasons have been consulted or in a manner enhancing ways? I'm not talking only the oral hearing and the consultation paper.
Well, I think we've followed our usual engagement processes and consultation processes around and around this consultation. So we've had, and that is using multiple channels and multiple methods and multiple different events as well and discussions. I guess that's to some extent that's in the eye of the beholder, but we've certainly followed all of the usual practices that we would follow in such a consultation.
Again, when it comes to consultation, is that a must to include option that is only viable for the council to pay it? What I'm thinking is why, even though we decided as a councillors decided, the option of not demolishing the bridge was not included, even if it's expensive options. And the recommendation of the report, you can't say this is not the option that is
Councillor Abdurrahman, we decided on what would go out for consultation. It was our choice.
Yes,
you don't need to ask them.
No, what I'm saying...
We decided what went out for consultation. So could you perhaps ask another question?
That is true, but what I'm not asking why they didn't include it. What I'm asking is, if it was included, is there any other options, even if we are not paying, that can be included in?
But we decided on what would go out for consultation. I presume you probably voted in favour of what went out for consultation. So let's move on from going back and dredging up some history that you may not be wanting to hear about. Got any other questions? No? Councillor Free.
Actually, my question was also about a consultation document, but it's a bit of a legal one. So I would like to just ask, we obviously did get a lot of people who offered us another view, witnessed by the 39% that said that they didn't like the two options that we had on the table. Is that an indication that people did feel free to comment on other alternatives?
Yes, I would say so, and certainly the consultation was the opportunity for people to provide the feedback on, and officers took that into consideration and have taken those, and essentially with the options that you see, the sub-options to option 3 are the high-level sort of options of what those sort of mid-level kind of less expensive fix-up options are for you to then make your decision around what is reasonably practicable.
So just from a process point of view, we did get there was room for people to actually offer feedback, suggestions, their own opinions, and we had that was able to be taken into account obviously in the summary. Do you consider that's reasonably adequate?
Yes, so the consultation document set out the two options, and you could indicate support for option 1, option 2, and you could also indicate I do not support either option. And then there were free fields where you were able to then expand on that and say why you did not support it, what you would rather that we do, what other options that submitters thought could also be considered. And so that's completely fine from a legal perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. I just want to maybe clarify the assessment of the risk of converting a grade separated crossing, replacing it with an at-grade crossing. Have councillors noted that the risk of grade separating can reduce pedestrian accidents by 60%? Compared to at-grade crossings, and is that part of the assessment of the safety risk of each of the options?
No.
Okay, so options haven't considered the increased pedestrian risk from switching from a separated crossing to an at-grade crossing?
No, considering that we have hundreds of pedestrian crossings around the city, we didn't consider that.
Okay. We commented on you commented on the problem of the bridge collapsing and causing a blockage. Can you confirm that the report from Dunning Thornton released yesterday contradicts the view in the sense of literally say, it's our view that the likelihood of the City to Sea Bridge collapse being the sole cause of blockage along the quays is relatively low. In a large event that causes the collapse of both bridge spans, other items will cause road blockages. So it could well be.
I think we've actually covered this quite extensively, but give us a quick answer and we can move on.
I think that's the view, and I explained before that yes, there will be other issues around the road that we can quickly remediate. We cannot remediate removing a massive concrete structure off the road when there is a major disaster.
Thank you, Faz. Tony, do you have any other questions?
Yes. So just in terms of preserving the priority one route and recognising that haven't done boreholes on the seawall, if that seawall is worse, if you did the exploration, confirmed it was worse, do you think it is possible to protect that priority one route that we might have to rebuild the seawall anyway, irrespective of whether we demolish the bridge? Is that a possibility?
Again, the way that the lateral displacement works, it would have let's say, the worst case scenario will be next to the lagoon. This is a 6-lane route, and we can quickly remediate one of the lanes for emergency services, regardless whether it's worse or better. We can quickly remediate one of the lanes for emergency services to access the hospital.
So you don't think there's a possibility that we, in the future, if we find we need to support that route, that we won't need to do anything?
I think you need to probably consider all the seawalls from probably the port to Shelley Bay and remediate them.
Sorry, but
it's a citywide problem.
I know, but it's not a citywide problem next to a priority one route.
The priority route bound goes from basically the port to the hospital and the airport, which include quite a number of routes. And if we have that issue, I think it's not just localized to the lagoon, it's a citywide problem.
Okay, thanks. I think we've got Councillor Calvert now.
Yeah, sort of slightly unrelated question. So, if we plan to proceed to demolish the bridge, what is the? I understand that you have to go through sort of the regulatory processes committee, get traffic resolutions and all of that. Is that correct? Before you can even start the work?
Yes, that's correct. There's procurement and also regulatory aspects like traffic management.
Okay, and so how long do you think that would take in this process?
It's probably between 6 months to 9 months.
Okay, thank you. We touched on the Michael Fowler Centre. Would it, in an ideal world, would it be more appropriate to actually understand what we're going to, because everything's so connected with in the square, would it have been more appropriate to us to get a better idea of what's happening with the Michael Fowler Centre before we make any broader decisions about the actual square and the City to Sea Bridge?
Not really. It might be pertinent if you would build a new bridge, and I think we outlined that in the consultation as well, or certainly in the discussions around it.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor Foon.
Oh, I've just got one more question.
You just asked three.
No, I asked two.
You asked it, regs, time.
No, one was about the bridge, because I've got them listed down.
Oh, you asked about whether it had to go to regs, how long it was going to take, and then you asked about Michael Fowler.
Okay, well, I'll go back on the list then.
Okay, no, we'll get you have it. No, we'd hate to upset you. So, go on, we'll give you two more.
Right. So I've asked my questions about the regulatory processes. I've asked my questions about the MFC. I'm now going to ask, you made a comment about lessons learned from the town hall when we came back when we had to do the budget last year. And I do know, I'm interested to understand what those lessons learned. I know you touched on them, but I remember last year moving an amendment that we did actually do a review of what lessons we had learned, and officers advised that was not necessary. So I just wondered, is there a document available or some information that you can share with us about the lessons learned up to that date on the town hall project?
Sure, So Scott and RCP were working with us on Te Matapihi last year, and when we started to realise some of the challenges that we had with the town hall, we asked RCP to prepare a report basically outlining what all of the issues and concerns were. That report was included with all the materials that we presented in October last year when we talked about the need to increase the budget for town hall.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Foon gets the very last question.
Kia ora, thank you. Can I just, I know we've talked about it a little bit when you were talking about dollars per day, per day delay. Can you just unpack a little bit more if there were a delay, at what end would that cost start to incur? Or is it a general across the board cost?
The costs increase with time. So when we're in early design stages, delays cost less. When they're in construction, they cost more. So this initial stage, it'll have something, but it's not as big as, say, if we were in the middle of construction like the town hall was in October last year when you guys made your decision.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
And probably just adding to that, though, I tried to make the point earlier on in the introductory statements that the nature of the plan that we've got is we've got people on site. We've got multiple sites going. We've got people in trades and skills on site doing various different things. The best thing, the most efficient way to use that in the most financially optimal way is when those trades are on site, is trying to get them to do all the necessary tasks at the same time, right? And so that's why we've got this quite complicated, optimised plan that ultimately gets us to the end of this thing in the fastest time for the least money.
Yep, that's good. One more, Chair. Just noting, just engagement along the way and noting that there was a session with the independent urban panel. Did they give you any feedback on the plans? And
Yes, they have given us feedback, and this is a process that will be ongoing.
Yeah.
This is not, we already had 2 urban design panel on the western side of the square and also a wider square, kind of a more holistic approach, and we have received the feedback. And so we will give effect to their feedback, we go back to them, and when we go through these stages of the project, we will basically get back to the urban design panel and share with them how the work has progressed, and they report back to us, and also they report back to Liam's team, basically, as it's been organised by the planning and environment.
So just to wrap up, so is there purpose to feedback on proposed plans in terms of logistics rather than give design feedback?
No, it's mostly design feedback.
Design feedback. So what was their feedback?
So there were a number of issues that we do agree with them, is around the edges of the square in terms of the connections to the wider city. We have seek their feedback in terms of the nature-first approach in terms of the greening of the square. We seek their feedback on the landscaping aspects and the type of planting, in terms of the play elements and involvement of kids in the square. And also a number of kind of discussions on the buildings, development sites around the square. So all of those been discussed with the urban design panel, and they gave us quite comprehensive feedback, which I think most of it is quite useful, and we will take it on board when we go through the redesign process.
All right, thank you very much. That is the end of questions. So there is an amendment substantive to the motion, which we'll include it, and I'm the mover of the motion. So we'll just put it up on the screen so you can all have a look. You want to read that?
I guess the only comment I make on number 11 is there possibly are implications on the 110 Javois Key site, the Willis Bond site, Liam, depending on how long that is.
Well, I guess the evaluation work will continue, I presume, so it just means no decisions. Okay, so that's...
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I've just seen that recommendation. I'd have to take advice. There is, I recall, an extension of time on that Michael Fowler car park redevelopment, so I'll have to go and talk to staff. And
12 months, yeah.
That's right.
So it depends how long that would be.
Yeah, I'd have to take in a German and get some advice. Is that okay, Tim?
Yeah, sure. Okay. We did. slide, amendment to 11, which incorporates Councillor Panett's suggested wording and is acceptable to management. So hopefully that makes the whole amended substantive satisfactory. So I move it, and Councillor Matthews is seconding it, and I get the first chance to speak. So I'll just make an observation about the overall process that I've gone through, or which I think fellow council has gone through on this, and compare it to a past experience I had at Wellington Airport. And a number of years ago, when I was on the board of the airport, we received an engineering report from our management which indicated that we had the hollow core beam problem, which has been the problem with the library and Capital E and various other structures. And I recall that we got this report and we decided that this actually meant that there were aspects of the terminal which actually posed a risk to life and limb. And not only that, but of course that if there was a major earthquake, that maybe the airport would be unfunctional following that earthquake. And based on that responsibility to the community, both the community who are using the airport at the time potentially of an earthquake and who would need the airport after a disaster, we committed to provide $20 million of funding for remediation of the problem. And it was all done in the space of one board meeting, and the work has now been fully completed many, many years ago. And it was because we obviously, as directors, had a personal liability because we were aware of a risk, and if somebody had been injured or killed by something falling on them during an earthquake, we would have probably gone to jail. But it wasn't just that. We felt a very strong sense of moral obligation to the users of the airport at the time, and also the ones who would need it after an earthquake. And I've listened to a lot of this debate today about the IL2 versus IL3 and all the rest of it. And to be honest, I'm completely shocked that some of the councillors seem to not regard the moral obligation to the people who could be on the bridge or under the bridge or needing to get to the hospital after an earthquake, and all these, or standing on top of the Capital E. And it's like, oh, well, we'll quibble about the risk. We heard yesterday from the 7 engineers in the room, they all agreed that there was a significant seismic risk associated with Wellington, that we were told that the seismic information we have is that there is a 50 to 60% chance of a major earthquake in this city in the next 50 years, and that these structures have up to 25 times higher probability of collapse than a modern building. It's a major risk, and I'm just amazed that the private sector, admittedly an airport which is a civic asset, takes the responsibilities so much more seriously and reaches a decision so much more quickly, as opposed to the City Council, which seems to have dithered on this for about 13 years, and some of the people in this room would like to dither longer. So anyhow, that is my position. I think we should solve these problems for moral and practical reasons, because of course the practical reason is that it's going to save us a lot of money moving quickly rather than continuing to go on and on and on and on and on, just to add to the 13 years of wait. So that's my position on the amendment, and I'm very much strongly in favour of progressing the demolition of these structures. And I also would have to say that I think the calibre of advice we've received from our officers has been exemplary. I think the amount of diligent work which they've put in has been truly very laudable. I really appreciate the number of consultants that we've also lined up to make sure that everything is peer reviewed at least twice has been fantastic. And the process has been impeccable, except that it's taken such an incredibly long period of time. So that's my 5 cents worth.
I'll reserve my right to speak.
So would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Panet. Did we doubt that? No.
I think just for efficiencies, Chair, that might be sensible. So look, kia ora everyone. Look, I just want to thank everyone for the debate, and just to really just say how special this place is to all of us. It's what makes Wellington unique. and so we all have a stake in it. I want to acknowledge the people that did a very brilliant design back in the 90s. That was a magnificent contribution, but I also want to acknowledge the words of mana whenua who have expressed a view and about their rights too and the way they see art, and so that is right that those concerns are raised and we need to have some more conversations. So really I just want to talk about the bridge today, not about the art, because that's really where it comes. So for me, it is a magnificent procession route between the most important parts of the city, the waterfront and the city centre. It is a place for small gatherings, to play hide and seek when you're a child, to connect. And the reason that it was done, which was actually brilliant, was that the architects of that generation did not see it as appropriate to do this very important connecting piece over a 6-lane road. So the reasons are still there, irrespective of the mode of transport, whether it's light rail or individual cars. This is not a great pedestrian route. I do take seriously the concerns of the design community. One said you should be alarmed. I am. This is not the same constituency who talks about heritage or the Begonia House. This is a different constituency. And I think there is a wide variety of voices there. Not all of them are a particular age. And of course, I think everyone acknowledges that we need to serve the future. I appreciate today will be a very difficult decision. It's not political, it's just a straight governance decision. And I thank the many skilled people that have been involved, because you've just got so many brilliant skills, which is and the advice is gratefully received. I guess the consultation process has been difficult for people. The money was taken out and then there were only 2 options. And really, because we've had all these earthquake issues, we've sort of taken components of this design and we've kind of sometimes lost the whole. And also what's difficult is we've consulted on things which may or may not happen. It's 10 years away or 15 years away, and future councils will make quite different choices. So the heart of my objection is around the pedestrians. Rather than sauntering or strolling over a bridge, we're going to have to scuttle between 6 lanes of fast-moving traffic. An at-grade solution is vastly inferior to that of the bridge. We have done things like remove bus stops. We've allowed e-scooters onto our footpaths. Please, we just need some space for us. I accept the advice of Dunning Thornton. I have worked lightly with them for many years. They have excellent advice. They have provided the advice from MB around the way that we should make decisions around the IL level, and I accept that. Councillor Brown, I just want to make a particular point. Those who know me well know that I am probably the most conservative person around safety. That's one of the reasons I don't drive. I mean, I think that's a bit nuts, to use Councillor Young's words. And when we had the meeting yesterday, when I presented the death statistics that we face in this country, they didn't really have anything to say. Less than 500 people over 177 years have died from earthquakes. Tragedy, every death, not acceptable. But where are the officers coming and saying, councillors, we have a massive public health crisis. We've got 3,000 people dying from air pollution every year. I stand proudly on my record of helping the city to be resilient to earthquakes, heaps of work around heritage, around infrastructure. I'm very conservative. I just don't think standing on a bridge for 30 seconds is much of a risk. So just the amendments, sorry, I know, just want to conclude for you, that Councillor Young and I have worked closely on this. We are very strongly of the view that the work needs to continue, so that is there. We believe that some more time for the architects and the engineers to get together would benefit everyone, and we believe it is possible to find a better solution. And there is a principle which supports a bridge rather than an at-grade solution, because that is the best design solution. I want to acknowledge finally the concerns of people who have raised around the MFC, and I'm glad we've got that amendment through basically now. I mean, it's absolutely ludicrous to consider demolishing it, and particularly when the Pink Review is going on. I want to thank the awesome leadership of the young men from Wellington College who have talked about the green space and around how much commercialisation we have in the space. So I look forward to debate. Thank you everyone for your contribution.
Who's your seconder? Councillor Young, do you want to speak? Please. Yeah.
So this is not a Churchillian oration. First of all, I'd just like to say thank everybody involved, because most especially all the professionals who've given so much time and brain power on this issue. And the information has been absolutely overwhelming, but largely consistent. So no one can accuse me of predetermination. When it was first suggested the City to Sea Bridge should be demolished, I thought it was a great idea. I wasn't a fan at all. A few months later, I'm now advocating to save it. So what has happened? We all know that Wellingtons have little confidence in this council, the stats prove it, and the recent public meeting didn't help. In fact, it was like lighting a match and throwing it into a pile of dry wood. I stood for council because I stand for Wellington and Wellingtonians. Our city has a truly amazing depth of talent, engineers, architects, designers, and of course, passionate residents. And I think I've heard from many of them. Councillors are used to ear bashing from the public. We do it to each other as well. But it's reached unparalleled levels recently. Today it's the bridge, next it's going to be the Begonia House. I was elected as a representative, and so I have spent quite some time getting to grips with the complex issues of the bridge, capital E, and the town hall's loading bay. It's been a learning curve, and I now appreciate the merits of this bridge and people's deep affection for it. But the bridge is not the problem. It's just collateral damage. The bridge issue is a red herring. It seems to me, and confirmed by one engineer yesterday, that the tail is wagging the dog. Because of a hitch with the loading bay design, possibly overlooked earlier in the town hall restoration, it's now proposed to demolish the bridge. Remember the old saying, don't spoil the ship for a penny's worth of tar. A penny, for those of you who don't remember, pre-decimal currency is a very small coin. Big, but worth not much. This morning, an eminent engineer outlined a cost-effective solution to capital E. And I would really like people to support our amendments. I'm just trying to read my writing. It's incredibly beautiful, but hard. And please don't sacrifice the City to Sea Bridge for the sake of a loading bay. Thank you.
Perhaps ask a couple of questions of management, if that'd be all right about this amendment. I'd like to start off the questions by asking whether you feel there is any benefit at all from deferral in terms of that would allow you guys to work with designers, architects and engineers to enable something new to emerge. Is that likely, based on the work that's already happened?
No, because as I mentioned right up front, we've run the gauntlet basically on advice and guidance and opinion and viewpoints, etc., and we've collated all those, and we've used our professional engineering and consultancy experts to arrive at the conclusions we've arrived at.
And what about this develop a cost-efficient solution to strengthening this? Why haven't you done that already? No, you don't need to answer that question. Okay, is there anybody else got any other questions of management? Sorry, Councillor Calvert.
I'm just checking with officers whether they, I think that's one interpretation of that amendment, but when I read that amendment, I'm reading it as directing officers to work with designers, architects and engineers and to develop a cost-effective solution. So if you put that interpretation on it, is that just asking if officers have any views on that in terms of whether they're able to do it within the timeline set out there?
I think our view is, in essence, we would basically be just rehashing ground we've already gone through.
Councillor McNulty.
Thank you.
Just for the benefit of my memory, 2 weeks ago, how much money did we vote to cut out of our long-term plan? approximately?
It's Andrea here. It's up to around 400 million.
And what would we be looking at then putting back in if this amendment were to pass?
I haven't costed this. This is the first time I've seen this amendment.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora. I just wanted to seek clarity of the if we have a ballpark figure for the cost of delay till the 20th of February. I know we've heard advice on 6 months, but what extra? Do we have a ballpark?
It's kind of hard to break that down into, because kind of specific weekly cost. At the moment, our run rate across Town Hall and Te Matapihi is about $2 million a week. So it all depends on the ramifications to the schedule that would come from this. I guess the other point would be, I'm not sure what we would be able to do in terms of 13.1 by the 20th of February, because it all depends on who the designers, architects and engineers are that would be selected. The question would also be, would they be working in this process under a commission with liabilities, etc., or just with personal opinions? It's not clear. So it's a slightly difficult question to answer. I'm sorry, Councillor. Reference to that previous one, Councillor. We've got in the paper the lowest cost option is 53 million, which is a good 17 to 20 more than is budgeted for the demolition. Plus there is a maintenance cost that we have not incurred over the last 10 years as the square hasn't been utilised or has been under construction. So there'd be a cost of, in essence, upgrading, reinstating and all the rest of it, which would probably be another 10 million on top of that.
Councillor McNulty.
I suppose just again, my memory of this LTP meeting just needs some clarification. Wellington Water asked us for $2.5 billion, I believe, in the long-term plan over the next decade. Can you confirm how much money we've provided them of that $2.5 billion? Probably a few for you, Andrew, or Jenny.
Yeah. I don't have the Wellington Water figures directly in front of me. Sorry, Councillor McNulty.
Was it around 1.8 billion?
So we have got 1.8 billion factored into our long-term plan around, that includes both CapEx and OpEx that is being provided to Wellington Water. Yeah.
Cool. So this would be $20 million that we didn't make a decision, sorry, we'd be putting $20 million to $30 million back in to the LTP after cutting it out last week, and we're doing that whilst not meeting the funding requirements or the funding requests of Wellington Water. That's a fair statement?
Yeah, we are not providing Wellington Water with their full request of funding, that's correct.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, just on 13.2, I'm assuming that would be option 3A as an intermediate strengthening of the bridge, and I guess I would ask, would this give more time to further evaluate that option?
That would be the logical one to look at, yeah, but I think as Scott mentioned before, I don't know if you want to add anything, Scott, but that would it would require some further work to just kind of validate and qualify all the elements of that.
Councillor Rogers, sorry.
Just looking at 13, if councillors were of the view that the advice received through that process would need to be under contract and perhaps with discussions around the exception, or who accepts liability for advice provided, do you kind of have any idea how long specifically the procurement process would take in that case, in terms of how much of that time leading to the 20th of February would be spent on procurement versus doing the work?
I think that's part of the issue, Councillor. Procurement process can take upwards of 2 months, and obviously this time of year it's potentially going to be delayed.
Porirua Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking for some clarity and wondering, in the substantive, is 12 a direct negative to 8? Because 8 looks like it's saying exactly what 12 is saying, except in 8, the demolition work needs to start. Just looking for some clarity there from someone.
So yes, there's two aspects. So decoupling the loading dock, and if we are demolishing capital E, that work can start. But if we are not demolishing capital E, it will be not very rational to decouple a single structure in order to separately strengthen the structure that could have been strengthened together. Like, it would makes no sense. Yes.
Have we fit it? So what?
Perhaps direct negative is not the correct word, but I think Fars is outlining. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, just in 13.1, is it possible that working with a reference group that was chosen by the Mayor, or is it possible to have roundtable discussions further with designers, architects and engineers? Yeah, in a way that doesn't require such a formal process?
Councillor, Deputy Mayor, it depends what you want to come out of it at the end with, and how that might influence your decision on what we've already presented. So, I guess that's why it's important just to think through who would be a participant in that, under what obligations would they participate within that, what is the output that you expect, what are you going to do with that output, etc. It'd be important to think those things through.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. Officers outlined that there was a considerable amount of planning work to be done before the actual plan for demolition can go ahead. Can they comment on whether or not there would be any contractual commitment expected to be made for demolishing the bridge before 20th of February?
Wow, great.
Like all the other projects that we're doing, we go through a procurement process to first engage the consultants. So we will have a contract with the consultants to do all the planning work. And then as we progress, we probably have separable portion of these projects. So we start contracting contractors on separable portions. It's very similar to Te Matapihi. I'm not 100% sure when we sign which contract with whom. But if the decision is made, considering the time pressures that we have, we will start next week.
Councillor Chung.
Sorry, I just want to be clear. You're starting with the consultant. That's not my question. My question was, when would you expect to sign the contracts with the for the work to actually demolish the bridge, as opposed to the planning and all that?
I don't expect that would happen until February, but we have to engage with the consultants now in order to enable the process of engaging with the contractors in terms of ECIs. So there is some pre-planning before engaging with the contractors that needs to happen next week to meet our deadlines.
Councillor Chung.
Yeah, sorry, I was just thinking about that date that we've got, the next date that we proposed, that 20th of February. Would there be any difference if we could actually pull that date forward? Like, could we assess any information that comes up, or assess it in more detail before then?
I don't think that's achievable, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Go on, Ray, ask another one. We've heard nothing from Japan all morning.
actually concerned about the conflict of information here, and the contradiction. So, is there any? Can we actually get reports, technical reports from these people who have different opinions? Because all we've heard is opinions, but not reports.
Depends who you're referring to, Councillor. Obviously, all the reports that we've got are under commercial procurement rules and obligations, etc., that those advisors have towards us. And of course, all of those reports we have made available.
Okay, thanks.
That's all the questions. So do we want to debate this, or can we just move on? Oh, we do want to debate it. So Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, look, I was glad I was lying down in bed when I wrote this. when I read this amendment last night, because if I was sitting in a chair, I would have fallen out of it violently. $3,950, that is the cost every rate-paying unit in the city is paying for the town hall before interest. $1,500 per resident. $1,500 from my son, $1,500 from my daughter, $1,500 from me, $1,500 from my wife. It is an unfathomable amount of money we've put there, and we have an amendment here to spend more on the same ground as the town hall. This is almost malicious. Given the likelihood the community is going to fundraise on the Begonia House, and the obligation I believe that brings onto us to council to meet them, if we are looking at rescuing anything in the city, that is the priority, and I think that is a near unanimous. I just cannot believe we are entertaining, after that decision, further money into Te Nākau to strengthen this bridge. And I'll just finish with one very salient point made by one of the submitters this morning. If we can't afford to demolish, by that logic, we sure as hell cannot afford to strengthen. Please vote this down.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora whānau. I'm in favour of this amendment and voting against the demolition of the CT2C bridge. Friends, I'm one of those who voted against the town hall as spending millions of dollars in it. But today, it's not about town hall. This is also actually the consequence of some of you voting more money into that town hall. The bridge has nothing to do structurally with the capital E. I don't want to go into the technicality. I'm not an engineer. I don't want to go to the legal part of it. I'm not a lawyer. But I want to focus on the community. For me, when I look at that bridge, some of you see it a rotten, not attractive bridge. Some of you see it a very attractive, artistic stuff. But for me, I care about those people who care about the bridge, the communities who invested their time, who got a lot of memories in that place, those who invested their knowledge in building it, those who are currently putting their knowledge, bringing a lot of their expertise into this discussion. They spend a lot of their time on Friday and Monday, 2 days of oral hearings. I do respect them. I have gone through, I didn't read like some of you 1,000 pages a day, but I tried my best. And I have listened to the community. I was sitting through that 2 days of oral hearings. I have never seen such a level of expertise being united and presenting to us. They came to you so they can be listened to convince you. Now we are pushing against them. Even if you want to vote against it, please do it in a very respectful way. Our community deserves respect more than the way we do it. Watch out the language you use against them as well. I'm just honestly saying that this is extremely important. And those people who are sitting there, it doesn't matter which way today these things go. You have earned a lot of respect from me as your representative in this council because you have advised us so much. I really appreciated what you have given you. Today, even though I read through the engineering reports as well, with the limited engineering understanding that I have listened to the opinion of engineers of the community who presented to us. I'm voting against the demolition of the bridge. I'm with the community. I will always be with them. Thank you.
Councillor, Porirua.
Thank you. I'll be voting this amendment down I mean, I've listened carefully to all the kōrero, and I get the attachment to this bridge, but one thing rings clear in my ears, that it is 25 times more likely than a building to collapse in an earthquake. Now, I mean, I look around this table and I just wonder, what responsibility do we have as councillors and Porirua should that foreseeable event happen? And I might just leave it there. I do want to talk about the art in particular, but I'll talk about that in the substantive. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora. I just also want to acknowledge that we are here because of the decisions that we made, but I do know that I've been very conscious of the bridge and the impact that this change would have on our community. And when we signed off the consultation document, I said that many people would find this decision about the bridge really hard, and they have. And we've seen that by the amount of feedback that we've had and commentary. And while I get that, a lot of Wellingtonians, we have an emotional, and that's understood, connection to the City to Sea Bridge. But I've got to say I am very concerned about many of our architect and engineer design community who have contributed a lot to the city over time. And so while I understand that there may not be any change in an outcome, what I am seeking is a bit of space, because with the decision and all that we have heard, this decision coming up so quickly through no fault of anybody else's, I feel like, and I know those of you that know me, this is not the normal way I am. To me, this just needs a little bit of space to settle and a few more kōrero around a few more tables. And even if our collective intelligence and our designers, architects and engineers, we still cannot find a place to agree, because I know we won't, but we have just created the space to just continue having that conversation. I'm also just in terms of finding that new option, I guess I do feel really disturbed that we couldn't bring that to the public or let it have more time to sit with the public. So this is another reason why I do feel, we're offering an option which officers are suggesting of a new bridge. And, I'm not unexcited about a new bridge, but I think it is fair to offer this option up to the public to understand, just to understand a little bit more. And that's another reason why I'm seeking time, because I got to see that for the first time on Tuesday. So that's why I will be supporting this amendment. Not so sure about 14, but I'll listen to the debate.
Councillor Randall.
So I'm one of those people who's been reluctantly dragged into a CBD issue as a Northern Ward councillor, and like Councillor Young, I also thought that demolishing the bridge was a good idea, but unlike others, I'm actually more concerned with the process. I have a lot of feeling, and I do know officers have worked really hard, but I still think that we've missed a couple of points in the process, which leaves uncertainty about this irrevocable decision, and so I speak in favour of this motion. I do want to note the concern around safety, and we should put safety first and foremost. Officers have gone to the trouble of engaging 6 or 7 different engineering firms, all specialists, and the specialists on earthquakes in Wellington are the world specialists. Kestrel was looking at the seismic risk, and I just want to reiterate, this is the engineer's professional opinion about the safety of the bridge. It literally says, in general, a low MBS rating is no need for alarm or immediate action. The safety risk is still very low. The engineers say there is no immediate need to do safety measures. It's literally officers totally let, following Tuesday's workshop, I met with all of the engineers, including those that weren't even at the workshop, along with Councillor Brown and others. I came away with a different view. But I really thank the officers for being able to talk to them directly, and they affirmed directly to me and to other people who are represented if there's no immediate need to do anything around this capital E or around the bridge. They're both safe. There are apartment buildings in Wellington that are less safe than the bridge, and people are living in them and trying to come up with the money to fix them. So the safety issue is not the point. The other point is, of course, around the priority risk to the priority access in a major earthquake. That is the point. I also, officers comment on the lessons learned from the town hall, but they didn't notice that the main lesson was really that you shouldn't go for 100% MBS on old buildings. I mean, the fact is we've strengthened St James. It's a great facility, except perhaps the roof.
It's been fixed.
It's been fixed. Oh, so it's a great facility, but it's not 100% MBS. It's, I think, it's about 65. But when officers put together a plan to, as the option to keep the bridge, they went for 100% again. And of course, they cooked up a huge amount of money. And I really, you know, this is where I think we've missed the boat. We haven't looked at the realistic retain the bridge option until after the public consultation. The cost of retaining the bridge has halved since the consultation, and we can't ignore that in terms of the public story. And it's so new. The Thornton report we got yesterday, and it raises further questions and further options to strengthen, and we should have time to explore it. I'm afraid with the terms of the timings as well, we have to make a decision on the loading dock. And that's what's driving the time frame. We can do them separately. We can disconnect these two things, and this is what this amendment proposes to do, is to disconnect the big stuff from a small targeted piece of investment, which if we go ahead will keep the town hall opening on track. And I think, you know, what we haven't said, of course, is that we're all unanimous on supporting all the other work around Civic Square and Town Hall to keep all those important projects on track. And Councillor Lang noted this is sort of an example of the tail wagging the dog. We're letting one smaller piece of urgent work dictate major changes, which we're still getting to the bottom of. I really do hope that elected members in Porirua can think about this. We're not talking about a major postponement. We're not talking about disrupting the actual schedule. We're getting new information even now. I mean, have we really seriously considered the option to fix the seawall which will protect the bridge? No, we haven't. How do we know? Because we haven't done the boreholes there. If officers were seriously considering that as a realistic option, they would have stuck boreholes down there, and they would have found out what's underneath that seawall. A seawall that has not moved since it was built. A seawall that did not move in a major earthquake in 1942. And yet that's the risk area that they're saying the bridge needs the support of it. So there is more information that will come out, and I would hate to make a decision today and then find out we got it wrong. I'd rather take some more time on these tens of millions of dollars sort of decisions, these irrevocable decisions around this. So I do support this motion. I think it is a reasonable compromise. I'm not sure about the cost, and I'm concerned about that too. I'm not even sure that I will support a strengthening option for the bridge, but I don't think we've quite got enough confidence from the public as well as ourselves to make the decision today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Free.
I don't really have too much to say. Look, I can see both sides of this one, but I think what's driving my decision on this is I very much doubt that a delay will actually result, especially a delay just to 20th of February will actually result in any different information being in front of us, or for that matter, necessarily a different outcome. So I think we are prone to delay things. This has been the history not just of our council, but of many councils. And we are in a very tight financial position, and everything that we do that costs extra money is, as Councillor McNulty said, money that we're not spending elsewhere. And the money that we would lose from this might be enough to actually strengthen the Begonia House. That's the sort of magnitude we're actually talking about. So I think that it's a human tendency to want to get more information and to want to understand things, but I actually think the staff have presented us with an incredibly detailed and competent assessments from a variety of professionals. What we didn't hear, they're just, I'm actually impressed. It feels to me almost like our staff are on trial, the intensity of which they're being questioned, and yet they are answering our questions in a manner which completely satisfies me. And at the end of the day, I have to trust our staff over other opinions. Our staff are the ones that we can hold accountable. They're the ones that the law will hold accountable. They're the ones that at the end of the day are accountable, and they are undivided on saying that we need to make this decision and make it in a very timely way so that they can actually proceed with the other instructions we've given them, which is to go on and actually achieve a vision which we do have, and I'm going to speak more about that, a vision which we actually do have for a renewed civic square and a safe civic square. So I won't be supporting these. It has been a hard decision. I've been thinking about it up until the point that I'm voicing this opinion now, but I will not be supporting these.
Thank you. Councillor Matthews.
I'll be voting against these amendments on the grounds of public safety, of the increased costs that they would incur, and on the basis that I want Te Ngākau to not be a construction site, but to be a thriving heart of the city as soon as we can possibly achieve it. This issue has been in the public domain for a year. And there have been multiple opportunities for many people to engage with us and express their very strong views. I am grateful to all of them. I have read your views. I have listened to your views. However, I have been elected to make a decision, and that is what we should do today. The loading dock, I mean, I think that's kind of a red herring, that it's a red herring, that the bridge is a red herring, because the loading dock wasn't even on our radar when we decided to take the bridge out of the LTP. And that is the beginning of the process that we are making a decision on today. So unless there was a very kind of deep state project inside your head, Councillor Young and Councillor Randall, when you moved that amendment, that is not, we are not operating under some conspiracy around the loading dock. We are operating in a constrained environment where we need to make difficult choices about where we invest capital. I also want to talk about the structural inequality that is there about council engagement processes. And so therefore, I listen and am grateful to people that come to oral hearings. However, I recognise that that is not the community. It is part of the community, it is interested, it is expertise. However, most people in Wellington would be petrified to come into this room and would not have the knowledge or the time or all of those things to engage in our process. There are actually a lot of people who also engaged in this process, who gave us their views or who didn't, who want us to get on with cost-effective options to make a usable part of the city again. So I think we cherry pick. And it is not the first time I have seen it, but actually this engagement process, while not perfect, none ever is, has told us that there is majority support for removing the bridge. And many people will be operating on the basis because of their rates who engaged in that process. So we do need to listen to that, and we can't just go searching for alternative facts if we don't like the ones that are presented to us. And I guess, so I just want to say we've been elected to do a job, it's making decisions. This amendment actually puts our team in an impossible position. It is not possible to gather these people together and have new advice for us when we are looking over the Christmas period.
It's ridiculous, and it is too hard of an ask of our team, who I am extremely grateful for the hard work and the fortitude they have had to display under a lot of misinformation about what the city is doing. I understand that people have strong views. However, I don't live in the world of alternative facts. I live in the world of the facts and advice that we receive from people who either work for us or who are contracted to offer us advice and have some liability for what they advise us. Thank you.
Councillor Rogers.
Kia ora, colleagues. Thank you very much for the debate so far. I would say my time spent thinking about this has certainly, like many of you, been rather difficult. I guess in speaking particularly to this amendment rather than the substantive as a whole, I try and consider what additional information may be presented to me by the 20th of February next year, and particularly also in what form that information may be presented. And I'm really grateful for a lot of the contributions that we have had from the community who have been able to offer some of their advice through this process. But I do also think about sort of what is the risk, or in the sort of terms we've been learning at the Audit and Risk Committee, what is the uncertainty that we're accepting on behalf of the community in this situation? And that's kind of where my question in particular around how difficult would it be to procure people under contract to provide advice that does share or discuss who accepts liability for advice provided, because I do think it is important that when we are going through this process, we are getting advice that has clearly thought about who would be liable for the advice provided. And that has helped me weigh up some of the differing advice that we have received from the community and through contract. And that's not to say one is of any better quality than the other, but is to say, in my view, that there are different levels of uncertainty from a liability perspective with both of those pieces of advice. I find it difficult to see a scenario where we are able to get under contract and negotiate a terms of reference and liability share with a group of people to come to a decision by the 20th of February. And upon reflecting through the process that we have just been through, I think we have already done a lot of this, take information in from the community and investigate it. In particular, I put a question into Q&A about what were the alternative options that came through the submission process? What process did we go through considering those? And there were options around mid-level strengthening, only dealing with the former Capital E building, filling the Capital E with sand or concrete and doing nothing and deferring the decision. And of those four groups of proposals that were provided, 3 of those are discussed in the paper in front of us. And so I don't necessarily believe that by the 20th of February I would get additional information that would substantially change my understanding of the issue, understanding of the risks that we face, or the uncertainty with the advice that we've received. So that's just kind of my kōrero and my perspective on it, but thank you all for your perspectives too.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And I'm not going to call anybody any names, and I'm not going to give anybody any lectures. This is not a political debate. This is actually about governance. I mean, I've been quite surprised at the variety of views around the table and people wanting to understand and work together. And I've really appreciated that. So it is a governance decision. And the question is, from a governance perspective, do we know we're making the best decision we can? I appreciate we're in December. I appreciate the next meeting of this is February. I think we've been given some information, and as everyone knows, there's been meetings on all week basically about this, trying to interpret the information. We're not engineers, and I struggle to be completely blunt about some of the information that we've been given, but I'm a reflective person, so I like to be able to have time to reflect, and I don't think we've had enough time on that, or some of us haven't. Maybe some are a bit more quick to the mark, but I'm not. And so, look, I just think if we, the other thing of this is I think it's a Councillor Randall said, irrevocable decision. So, and then I'd also think about over the next couple of months, we have got the holiday break, but we're not talking about it needs 2 months intensive work. It's just the way the calendar is shaped. And I think what we do need time is to digest the information in a way that then we feel more comfortable and confident in actually making a decision. And as it's been referred to, and thank you, Councillor Abdurrahman, for talking about respect. You know, we're here to, as representatives of the people, and to respect them and to use our best judgment. And, you know, I look at it and I think about how things that we seem to be easy to cast things on the scrap heap. You know, whether it's Begonia House, whether it's this, we don't like the design. And as I think somebody else said, you know, we've got, you know, people are living in buildings that are more earthquake prone. So look, I've wavered on number 13.2 about whether we should keep the City to Sea Bridge. First of all, I thought we should, then I thought we shouldn't. And now you know, after listening to the debate even today and looking over the information last night, I think we really should be looking at a cost-effective solution. So I probably will be supporting 13.2 as well. But thank you, everybody, for your views.
A right of reply, I think.
Thank you. I'll echo my colleagues' comments about the constructive debate. I really appreciate that. So first thanks have to go to Councillor Young, who's acted as my editor. My first version of these amendments was quite long, as I tried to work through the process. It was quite complex. So thank you very much. And Councillor Abdurrahman, thank you very much. You've been a staunch supporter, and Deputy Mayor Foon, thank you. The amendments, you're right, it was really about creating a bit of space for people not to be procured. They'll give up their time for free, like just to have some discussion. I think because you know, every time you listen to these people, you learn more, and it's a wonderful chance to just make things better. Councillor McNulty, I will publicly say that I now regret not supporting Councillor Calvert's amendment to have a review of the Town Hall project. It seems like that might have been a good idea to have learned from, and I don't think anyone wanted the cost to blow it that much. In saying that, we are the capital of this great country, and you know, we need our architecture to reflect that. Councillor Brown called me despicable one time. You've called me almost malicious. I promise you I'm not either. I am representing the community, parts of it.
Those parts.
Porirua Hohaya, thank you for your comments. Like I said, I'm quite conservative about risk. I'm far more worried about the people in the earthquake-prone apartment buildings, of which there are a number in the city. A home is where you should be the safest, and you're sleeping there for 8 hours a night and doing your life. That's where the effort needs to go. And I've tried to do something, but it's never enough. So that, from a public safety perspective, is way more important. And I think that it would be good to have that further conversation. Look, engineers do disagree, like any profession. We've heard from two very reputable companies that this bridge is not a danger. So I'm quite comfortable with that. And Councillor Randall's point was the Kestrel report says the risk to life safety is low. If you think this bridge is dangerous, then you have to evacuate Pōneke, because there are 600 buildings which are prone. There is infrastructure all over the place which would meet the standard of this bridge, which isn't easy. Nearly finished. Councillor Free, thank you for looking at both sides and considering it. I absolutely agree that our staff have given us an amazing amount of information and have worked really, really hard, and they are accountable. But I just think we do need to have a place in a democracy where we have those discussions between experts, because as we all know, these are very complex. Councillor Matthews, finally, thank you for your points around public safety. That is why you and I had quite a profound disagreement, and I think we've still got some discussion to work through that. How do we get people to live safely in this very earthquake-prone city? So I think this thing about the red herring being the dock, we were just, Councillor Young and I were just like, look, we just want to get on with it.
Councillor Pannett, we are kind of running on a bit.
Yep, I'm nearly finished. If people have spoken for, yes, well, that's because you said so many points. So, and just the last point about structural engagement. Yes, I think that's true, but I think it is more complex. I think we've heard quite a lot of comments about people are old. Actually, when we look at it from an intersectionality perspective, it's quite complex who's got privilege and who hasn't. But it is a good reminder we need to keep going out to the community and trying to lift or support people who haven't had power. Kia ora.
Thank you. Shall we vote on this then?
Separately, and could a division be taken? Thank you.
Okay, so we'll start with 12.
Oh, because people might have different views.
12? Councillor Chung, yes, you are with us. Well done. And I have a casting vote, so I'll vote against that. That's lost. Number 13. Do you want, is 13 together okay?
Yeah, all separately, please, because there's...
You want 13-1 and 13-2?
Yep.
Okay, 13-1.
Please don't.
And that's also lost. 13-2. That is lost. And 14.
Yep. Everything's separate. It's just easier. Yeah, it's just easier.
And that is lost. So we can now move on to voting on the... No, let's finish this because we haven't got much longer to go. And well, hopefully we can get through it quickly.
I'm sorry, I have to pray. I need to go.
Okay, you have 10 minutes for lunch. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Of course.
continued debate on the amended substantive, and the first person to speak is the Mayor. Would people in the gallery mind, being quiet now, because we're back on to council business. Thank you. Mayor Whānau.
Kia ora koutou. So this decision for us has obviously been a really hard one, and it has a lot of history. And we all know that the bridge has a really long-standing part of our cultural and architectural landscape. And while the bridge is a cherished part of our city, the reality is we live in an earthquake-prone city, and the 2016 earthquake had such a significant impact on us. And because that impact was quieter than, say, a daytime earthquake would have provided, it's left us with no support from the government, and that's a shame. So, I mean, that means for us today, we have to put up with the consequences of that, and that means making decisions based on when rather than if, and ensuring that our city is prepared and moving into the future. Our past decisions have shown us that delaying decisions and pausing, all it does is drive up costs, and it does not benefit our city when we should be investing in the new. And, as someone who did push for the town hall, it is a prime example. I wouldn't go back on my decision, to be honest, because I think when it does open, it's going to be a fantastic part of Te Ngākau. However, we've learned from that cost escalation that, well, for me, it serves as a warning, merely as a warning that upgrading earthquake-prone buildings, apartment buildings and so forth is incredibly expensive. I did toy with the idea of pausing to early next year, but I believe in officer advice and the impact that it will have on the wider Te Ngākau project. And we're getting so close. We're getting so close to a finished Te Ngākau project, which actually has a wonderful vision that has been available for people. It will become and return back to being our civic heart of Wellington. The library will be open, the basement fixed, the town hall's going to be open, and do we really want to risk delaying that beyond 2027? I certainly don't. Procrastination only stops progress, and it's one of the reasons our city is in a bit of a jam at the moment. We're fixing infrastructure, pipes, earthquake-prone buildings, so forth, because previous councils have not. And look, making hard decisions like this is our role. And I am confident that we have a strong understanding of the issue in front of us. Yes, we've been given a lot of information and a lot of views, but we need to make a call. We've heard from passionate and concerned members of the public, and I really appreciate that. Both who want to keep the bridge and those who want to begin fresh, as well as from councillors who claim to stand with the community or think that they know more than our officers. Look, as someone who has more constituents than anyone around this table, and as someone who lives in the city centre, I know many of our community actually care about things like the cost of living, having a home, the leaks across our city, and solutions for impending climate change damage. That is what they care about. So the thought of spending tens or hundreds of millions of dollars on a bridge is completely, it is not it. So for me, I would love to see our Te Ngākau Civic Square completed. It's going to be wonderful. When we think about another option for the bridge, let's get a new design that reflects the values of our city that is moving forward, that has actual proper engagement with mana whenua and a meaningful connection to Te Aropa, and one that, really tells the full story of our city as well as the future. Look, I love the bridge. I walk over it almost every day, but I love the future of the city more. So I'll be voting for the substantive. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have anyone else who wants to. Oh, yes, no, Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, I just very briefly wanted to add a few comments. I wanted to speak to the previous amendment, but I felt like a lot of people had covered it. Look, my approach to discussing the bridge has been from the perspective of quite a young councillor, and understanding as a young person looking up to Wellington City Council make considerable decisions on preserving the town hall, watching that number climb from $58 million to $339 million is never something that I've heard as a priority for the future of this city. Young people care about climate change, they care about housing, they care about safety, and they want their governors to be making good decisions. I wanted to briefly address the comment made in the last debate around respect. And to that, I would put down an Uno reverse card because it goes both ways. And actually, there have been vexatious comments said at this table about members of the public, about members of our own staff, that I do not agree with. So when we discuss respect, I agree, but I ask that you be consistent. Lastly, I would just like to thank the Chair, Councillor Tim Brown. He has shown incredibly good leadership this week, and in particular, your request and delineation for additional information. No, but I did want to acknowledge that because you have managed the process really well. You've sent out further communications. You've worked really closely with staff. I feel very informed to make this decision today. And yeah, I do think, although it may not be a decision that pleases many people, I do think it is the right one that considers the future of our city.
I think we should just stop there. It's not going to get any better, right? Okay, we'll give you a hold on, sorry.
Kia ora, I'll be supporting this this substantive as well. I just wanted to touch briefly on the issue of the art, because it's come up in a lot of the kōrero. There's a couple of things I want to mention, and I want to thank FARS first of all for reassuring me that the works that are currently on the bridge will be respected, and there'll be a tikanga protocol around how they're dealt with, and I'm reassured by that. I'm also really excited that my whanaunga Rangi Kippa is involved in reimagining how that space might look from a Māori art perspective, and also just talking with Dr. Anna Marie White, my whanaunga, this morning. I'm excited by the fact that there is an opportunity to tell a bit more of a story here in Te Aro, or in Te Aro. And our mayor mentioned it as well, that there is an opportunity to connect with Te Aro and the descendants of Te Aro Pā. The artwork that was installed on the bridge was appropriate for the time that it was installed. The world has changed a bit, and you've now got the re-emergence of hapu and kind of place-based hapu interests, and they are Ngāti Haumia and Ngāti Tūpaia ki Te Aro, and they are the ahika of Te Aro and that precinct, and it makes sense to engage with them around how Te Aro might look into the future. So I'm excited by the fact that I'm sad we're going to lose the bridge. I'll miss the bridge, you know. I've grown up with it the last 30 years of my life, but I'm excited by the new opportunity that space will create. So I'll leave it there. Kia ora tātou.
Councillor Rogers.
Kia ora koutou. I think I've already kind of spoken to my position around the bridge and sort of the engineering challenges with the soil and everything else there. But I guess what I wanted to spend some of this time in the substantive reflecting on is kind of whatever process we go through looking forwards, I think we shouldn't necessarily think of it as a clean slate. I think throughout this entire process, what I have learnt, particularly thanks to people who are very strong advocates of the bridge, is the special connection that people have with it, the stories that it does tell, and particularly a lot of the different facets of the bridge in its actual built form that I didn't recognise were so special. And it did take that conversation, I must admit, to recognise that, and I do have more appreciation for the bridge because of it. And so I think it's important that we do take a lot of those elements with us, recognising that there were design decisions and choices made in the construction of the bridge, the expertise that exists within our community, whether that is the ahika, whether that is our architecture or engineering community, and really trying to think, if we are moving forward beyond this, what does the future look like, and what can we bring from what is there now and bring it into the future? And so I am, really gladdened to see that discussion around where the pieces of art go, but also acknowledging that the bridge in its entirety, with all of those pieces of art, is also an artwork in itself, and that will live on, if not in the built environment, through people and the knowledge and experience that they have. So I guess my challenge to us is to continue reflecting on the fact that this is not an empty piece of ground. If we do decide to demolish the bridge, there was something there, there was artwork there, and really holding that in the future. I think we do owe everyone that at the very least. So thank you very much to all of the architects, the community, everyone who has spent so much time and energy sharing what's special about this bridge. I hope that I can continue to carry that through with me and with the rest of this council for all of the decisions that we make. And yeah, I just am still very, very grateful, even if the decision I might make in this instance is not your preferred one. I really do want to continue to hold all of the contributions you have made and all of the future decisions we make. So thank you very much.
Councillor Free.
First of all, I'd really like to thank our staff. I have been deeply impressed with their performance and fortitude and the way, the intellectual capability they've demonstrated when they've answered our questions. I really want to commend them for the work that they've done and the way in which they've been stood up to interrogation. Thank you. It can't have been easy. I think, I've said this before around this table, I think one of the problems we're facing is that we all know what we're going to lose and we haven't yet worked out what we're going to get instead. And I think it's important that many good things have actually been said, and I thank Porirua Holden for your references to the process that needs to take place with relation to the art and the references and the connections to the ahika and the iwi that have been here for so long. I also thank Councillor Rogers, who articulated the need to not lose what we had completely, but to bring that elements of that along with us into whatever is created. And I'm thinking, for me, the surprise, I'm not a fan in many ways of how the bridge looks and presents from some aspects, but I am a fan of the experience you get when you walk over it. And one of the things that I delighted in was seeing that poem, excerpt from a poem from Loris Edmonds, where she says, "This is the city of action, the world headquarters of the verb." And there's just those little quirky things about the bridge that, I'm hoping we'll be able to transfer some of that into what we get. But I do think we need to think about the opportunity we've got to connect the rugby park, sorry, brain fade under stress, Jack Islet Green, with maybe a renewed and expanded green space. There are opportunities from removing that structure and having the more visual connection to the sea from both the Civic Square and the lagoon. And there are opportunities to actually build a more fantastic green space. And I know someone's referenced actually having an urban forest, some really green and vibrant space there that will be much more possible with an expanded level area. I'm actually a fan of pedestrian crossings done well. The Cobham Drive one is done in 2 sections, so it doesn't slow down traffic. It provides actually a very practical means of crossing a very busy 60-kilometre-an-hour road, and it is used quite a lot. I'm sorry, this has been so emotional, I'm losing the train of my thought. I know that we couldn't have made a decision here that would have pleased everybody, but I think we are making a decision with a vision going forwards. It's not everybody's vision. We have to be convincing about this vision and actually articulate it and get people excited about the opportunity we now got. It's a practical decision. This could have blown out the budget massively. I think that was actually a risk. The other risk was the lagoon. Keeping the bridge would have meant dumping rocks, lots of rocks into our lagoon, and actually been quite detrimental to the environment on that side of the bridge. So we're sitting there with lots of various competing things to think about, but I will be voting for all of these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Thank you. I'm not going to support all of these parts of this substantive because I don't think this is the right decision. When I look at these decisions, I really think that making a major irrevocable decision the case needs to be shown beyond a reasonable doubt. And so, commenting on Councillor O'Neill's point about respect, I will put on the record that I fully respect the work that the officers and the engineers have done. They've done a great deal of work and they've run a good process in terms of getting the analysis done. In fact, I was quite staggered at the amount of engineering support work that has been done behind this. My concern, however, is that the public hasn't been taken along on the journey properly, and I still don't think that the public has seen the right information that we now see. We've seen the costs, for example, halve from what was put to the public, and I think that's really important. There are many people who would have voted along with Councillor McNulty to say this costs too much because they've seen the cost at $90 to $120 million in our public document. And they're quite right to say that, but that's not the cost. I know Councillor Free is concerned about the impact of the lagoon of dropping rocks in, but the Dunning-Thornton report, which we received yesterday, outlines many less impactful and potentially lower cost options. And the fact is, the $53 million option is a costing that's being done without all the engineering reports in front of the officers. And I really think we're making a serious mistake. I also have to note that it's about priorities with this council. We have a council which is prioritising transformational projects like the Golden Mile over the retention and consideration for the retention of iconic parts of the city, such as the City's Sea Bridge. This council added $29 million into the long-term plan for the Golden Mile project, and councillors who talked lyrical about rates and debt voted to do that. And so it's actually about priorities, not about money. Finally, I think I'm sad that the amendment didn't get passed because that was the right thing to do. The concern for me now is that the judicial review will impact the entire project, including fixing the loading dock. And so it's quite likely that the delay in the town hall has been made more certain by this council's inability to disconnect the tail from the dog. And I hope it doesn't go ahead, but if it does go ahead, we'll have the opposite outcome of what we all want. And that's a pity. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yes. Although I wanted to give space for us and our community to make a decision, we are where we are now. So I cannot vote against the substantive. I support it because while it may not be optimal, it is moving forward and it is getting our space back, and I am really hearing that. I am excited about the possibilities of the green space, as Councillor Free has talked about, and seeing that space being a thriving, but encouraging more biodiversity, as Rangi has talked about. And I'll be excited about new art and new stories to come, and our next generations will thrive from those stories as well as we have from the old ones. But my urge is not to make this a generic space. I think, I love Wellington's quirky, I think it was in the feedback, quirky artiness, and I really would love to see that essence retained in whatever we bring forward. But I think one thing that I do think is generic, as much as I appreciate being able to open out to the waterfront, I have that experience every day as I push my bike over the road to Jervois Quay. And I think the only way to make that a better experience was in the Chris Kelly report, as circulated by Councillor Brown. If the 6-lane road is reduced to a tree-lined 4-lane boulevard, this will make it much easier or better as an experience. Or we could even go one step further, like they have in Rio de Janeiro. Our partners are being acknowledged in the Lee Kuan Yew World City Prize, where they have pedestrianised their whole road that runs around their waterfront. So I'll aspire to that, and I think after the bypass, Councillor has brought it up. Councillor Pennant, we were promised lanes back, so we are going to I will continue to try and take them back. So yes, I have a sombre sadness at where we are, but I must say I can also move forward and embrace what we need to do for the future, and I appreciate the amendments that Councillor Brown has brought. I think one thing we need to learn is just keeping on working with our communities that want to contribute. So it's important for me. Thank you.
Actually, the amendments were the mayor's. Councillor McNulty.
I just want to talk a little bit about this idea of taking the public on the journey. Absolutely. It's something that hasn't happened, but this whole bridge is operating in a post-truth environment. Let's be clear about that. It doesn't matter how many engineers' reports, assessments, what staff say. One report is wrong, another report is right. For a decade, it was IL3, now it's IL2. There has been cherry picking consistently, and we know that anything that doesn't say demolition not required is in some way wrong. The bridge is 300 square metres, wait, it's 700 square metres. Like, we're not. I admire in the last debate Deputy Mayor talking about that desire to bring the public with us, but it's not possible on this one because there is no objective, truthful facts. Oh, we have not too many engineers' reports. We don't have enough engineers' reports. 100 engineer reports, there would be an issue of all of them if they said to proceed with demolition. And that's a really difficult decision-making environment when there is no objective truth put around the table and everything has been brought into question. You know, I'll take that it was a bit of a poor consultation in terms of what the options were put in forward of people, but that is on the 18 of us on this table. It is not on our staff whatsoever. I watched the meeting last night. No one put up an amendment. No one voted against that consultation. Councillor Pennant was looking forward to the traffic coming from an at-grade crossing, was the direct quote from that meeting in October. So if there is poor consultation, that sits on the shoulders of the 18 people on this table equally. Yeah. It does not sit for 1 second on any of the staff members. And I'll take my share of a 1/18th. At the end of the day, this is a hard decision. I totally accept that, but it's a hard decision to do the right thing here. It would be so easy to oppose this, to grandstand, to say, oh, it's just this council not listening to the community and I'm here and I put my voice up, because that's the easy thing to do. It's always easy to throw the majority under the bus at this council with the sympathetic media ear, ignore the engineering reports, ignore actually doing the right thing, and just throw the others under the bus. But I'm not going to do that. I would rather make a hard decision, and I am happy to own this because people in this city know that, at least for me, I refuse to waste any more ratepayers' monies on buildings. We are spending an abhorrent amount on buildings, and we are taking that away from opportunities and facilities and things that we should be doing instead. So I want to thank the staff again. I want to reiterate, any issues of the consultation are the 18 people of this table, because not one amendment, not one issue was raised, and it was on all of us and us only if there is an issue of consultation.
Councillor Calvert.
I'm not going to support these, and I'm not going to support even the noting, because if you look at it, the actual base, the main decision we're here to is right down at recommendation number 7. It's buried in the notings. And you've got to say, why are we picking, out things just to note? We could note the whole paper. So look, I won't be agreeing to the noting, and I'm hearing a lot of rhetoric around cherry picking, but I'm also hearing that this is all piecemeal as well. And I'm also hearing about the consultation that's it's on us. And yes, it is on us, and we didn't do a very good job. But that doesn't mean to say we perpetuate our error and keep going on as if the consultation was fine. And if you look at how we've engaged with Wellingtonians, it was very structured to suit our process. It was very structured to enable us to proceed supposedly in an efficient way, but was it effective? The town hall meeting was predicated on how we wanted to run it, and also if you look at and even the submissions, we heard the oral hearings only last Monday and the previous Friday, and so the public also had only just got a lot of the information as well. So how could they have an informed say? So look, I'm actually proud that I do listen to the community, and that is actually sometimes a hard decision. It may not seem much to many people, but at the end of the day, we know this council spends $1 billion a year, has over 400 services. It's a pretty tough choice, and it's a pretty tough governance role. And so I'm trying to make the best decisions I can, but a big part of it is about listening to the community. And I've always said the community, I'm in awe of the expertise that they actually have, far more than I have. And so we have to listen to them. We can't just always take one side of the advice. And I appreciate what the officers have done, but also that's building on what this council has decided in the past, and they're constricted by that, whereas the public aren't. So I won't be supporting any of the recommendations. I can't remember what the last ones were in red. I haven't got those, but certainly the ones that were in the papers, I'll probably vote for one, and then that's about it. Thank you.
Councillor Matthews.
Oh, I did that thing. Sorry, where I moved the mic and made a horrible noise. Apologies to people listening online that I just made a terrible noise. First of all, I would like to echo, and thank you, Councillor O'Neill, for making the point. I'd like to thank Mr Chair, so you were right not to cut speeches off because I want to say some nice things about you. And even though I am somewhat envious that you seem to get away with a whole lot of things that I would never get away with for a second. And I can't help but think that's a little bit gendered. But anyway, I really, it gives me confidence in when your sort of incisive analysis of the facts and you present it back to us. It gives me a lot of confidence in decisions, and so I'm very grateful to have you around the table, and particularly in the chair for this decision. So thank you so much, even though you're a bit mean about lunch breaks. I guess I just reflecting on consultation, and that it doesn't mean you do you can't do what every single person asks you to do, and that is not the point of it. It's about the mix. It's about listening. It's about giving people an opportunity to come before us and have our say, and being respectful to those people and through that process. And as I say, I'm really, really grateful for everybody that has participated in that. But that doesn't mean people are necessarily always going to like the outcome, because we have a set of responsibilities that are different than yours from the public, and we have to apply them using our best judgment. And ultimately, more people voted for me than would participate, and particularly when it comes to the mayor, the mandate that we have to do things, it's not a blank cheque, but it is important. And people have voted for this mix of people to make decisions in the way that we do, and to come to our different views, actually, that reflects Wellington more than any kind of consultation process that we could have. I guess I also want to, people have thanked the staff, but I particularly would like to single out FARS and to acknowledge how difficult
it is to sort of face your entire professional colleagues and to kind of deal with people in the respectful, calm, methodical way that you have. And I'm very grateful to have you here advising us. Thank you so much. And I guess I just want to finish because, Councillor Free, I was quite inspired by what you had to say. And I guess the driving thing for me in terms of being a councillor is always that better things are possible. They always are. And that, we can always do better than what we've had. And I believe there's the opportunity here does outweigh what we will lose. And it's unfortunate, we are in positions where financially things are difficult, seismically things are difficult. However, the outcome, I've just spent the weekend in Sydney, and the public transport, the public spaces, amazing. And I just feel like we could, the shopping and the food and the drink was also good, but there's so much more before us that we can do to improve the city. And yes, it is transformational, and I personally make absolutely no apology for that we have an opportunity to make things better, nicer, more enjoyable than they currently are. And that is motivating my support for this decision and the wider vision that supports it, which is there. We may only be looking at kind of concepts for the square at this point, but it will come, and we will work with those amazing architects and urban designers and different parts of the community. I loved hearing about children's place in Tanako. We will get there, but we need to continue to add, articulate an optimistic view of the future and what we can achieve together. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I now get a right of reply. So I'd like to say thank you very much. Now let's vote.
Can we take these separately? It's just for record. Just.
So this is what number one. Okay, well, we'll assume if he pops up later, we'll take him into account. Okay. And that is passed, thank you. 2A, so is everyone okay with that together? Okay, so 2, so this is just 2. And that is passed. 3. Oh, sure. My mother, is it? That is also passed. Number 4, which is note that officers will bring the development plan back to the council for finalisation next year with the council's decision on the city to see bridge. Oops, and then it got taken away. I think you can probably guess the last bit. That is passed. And 5, are we okay with 5 as one block? Okay. Note officers have considered the following options for the City to Sea Bridge and capital E, and we list out all the various options for those who can't actually read it. So hopefully you remember what the options are. That is also passed. Number 6, which is just to note the results of the community feedback. This is A and B. That is passed. Number 7, which is agree that Council proceeds with option 1 with design of the crossing informed by the Tanaka Development Plan and explores funding option 2, a replacement bridge through the 2737 LTP. Yep. That is passed. 8, which is note the Town Hall loading dock strengthenings form parts of the project. So do we vote on these ones as well? 9. Yes. Yep. Can we hold those together? Oh, we may as well have them part. And number 9, which is to, that's also passed. 9, which is to direct officers to engage collaboratively with the architecture and design communities and Mana Whenua for the future development of the Civic Square. And that is passed. Number 10 is to direct officers to have a look at the St John's crossing to work out whether in fact we need it after this development has occurred. And that is also passed. And the final one is to agree to make decisions around the Michael Fowler Centre align with government seismic regulatory reforms and that officers provide regular updates on the progress of the reforms. And that is, goodness gracious, unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, we now... Okay. Okay, guys, can we give the Emily and Moana some respect, and so we could listen to them present their report. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. My name's Emily Alloway. I'm team lead for the public space design team, standing in for Vita Christella, who's away today. The purpose of this paper is responding to the notice of motion brought by Councillor Abdul Rahman, which asked councillors to consider utilisation of the vacant land behind the Island Bay Library for community parking until such time as the future of that lot is determined through Te Awe Māpara, the Community Facilities Plan. The land is owned by Wellington City Council, and temporary parking improvements are proposed to be funded through unused budget from the recent Island Bay and Berempore Town Centre upgrade projects. We take the paper as read, but however, I would like to provide a brief overview of the options, the three options that were investigated by officers for temporary use of the vacant land to prepare this response. So option one was our do nothing option, where the site remains vacant until addressed through Te Awa Māpara, nominally years 4 to 6. Option two was for a restricted access parking arrangement, where the surface would be improved, the gravel surface would be improved to enable use by library staff and deliveries, and or to provide restricted access on a council permitted basis for community use, such as for staff parking for local businesses, noting that this option would require agreement of an informal parking management approach. This option has an estimated cost between $20,000 and $60,000. And our third option was as a public car park, which would include laying of asphalt surface with appropriate measures to address surface runoff, address some safety issues, and the installation requirements for parking restriction enforcement, which would require a traffic resolution. And this option has an estimated cost of $225,000. That's all. I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Councillor Abdul Rahman.
Thank you for this report. And my first question is the ground currently gravelled or not?
It's currently gravel, yes.
Cool. And it's my understanding has been used by the contractor who developed the town centre. Did they pay for it, or do we pay for it?
They pay for.
Who paid for the gravelling? Because it used to be grass, isn't it?
I'm not exactly sure. Brennan.
It was part of their contract of works, so they laid the gravel as control of the site to allow their vehicles to park there without damaging the site.
Oh, so they paid for it?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Options given to us here, are we voting today on those options, or are we voting on the norm itself?
We've put options up to you regarding what we could possibly do, so what our team thought based on the experience could be done here, and what the options were, taking into consideration the environment that this particular site is in. Those options fall within the realm of the norm that you put up, so it's up to councillors, would be my understanding, having to take advice from Democracy Services.
Sean, maybe.
For a notice of motion, you're voting on the notice of motion wording itself. Yeah.
So let me get this clear. The option is something that's going to come later on to the Regs Committee, but what we're voting on is just to agree on the land, how that can be utilised, and basically just saying, yes, that can be used for parking, whether it's option 1, option 2, option 3 is for the Regs Committee at some stage. Am I right?
Yes, yes. So officers have provided a fulsome amount of information, which includes what they see as the viable options for that site, and to align with the notice of motion wording. You are voting on 1 to 4 in front of you on the wording that you provided on the notice of motion.
No, thank you.
Sarah. Sorry.
If we vote in favour of number 1 in notice of motion, are we essentially agreeing that it's a public car park? And so that would commit us to the 225k, because it doesn't say just businesses, it says the local community.
No, you're not, because there could be an alternative option around similar to option 2 that would allow general public car parking. However, we do note that there are enforcement and safety considerations around doing that.
So I'm not comfortable with that answer, to be honest, but I guess when we vote for option 1, we're not specifying whether we think we're supporting option 2 or option 3 in your offices.
No, so the reason that we wanted to put up options was to give you an idea of the amount of work that this would be for officers and what that would look like. So yes, that is correct, but we thought it was important, rather than sending us away without you having an idea of the amount of work this would be, the costs that there would be, to give you an idea of that to help inform your decision on the notice of motion.
So you really wanted to know, if we vote for option 1, you'll be doing a lot more work and still coming back to us with some more specifics.
We'll be coming back to you with more specifics, but we wanted to let you know, sometimes when we talk about just converting some land into something, it's not clear exactly what that might mean from a council perspective in terms of the obligations we have on us as people, as an organisation that carries out public parking, in terms of public safety, because it would be a publicly used site. So we just wanted to be clear what the various options would entail. And it would be helpful for us to get a sense of which option you would prefer us to go down. This is a team that has a lot of work on their plate, and so it was merely trying to get some specifics into the discussion rather than just having a generic discussion about turning some land into a car park.
Councillor Paddock.
As you can imagine, I'm not delighted, even though you are my friend. So, have the council officers looked at any other options for this land?
Other than car parking?
Yeah, or just as part of your general planning when the building was demolished?
Not as part of ours. I know it's being considered under the community facilities plan.
But so like a temporary use until we can put a permanent solution in? No, okay.
Need to investigate that.
So from the way I read your paper, you've got safety concerns. Are these safety concerns so strong that this would be, given we've just talked about public safety, that this would not be good if people are coming in and out of this quite narrow entranceway?
That would need to be considered in more detail as we took the design further, and it would be considered through the resource consent. I think particular concerns are around sightlines at that access point when you are potentially have vehicles moving across the pedestrian footpath and the cycleway out into the principal road.
Okay, and my last question, just you raised the concern around precedent too. So I presume that wouldn't be legally, like whether we have to provide off-street car parking when we remove it, but are you just saying just from a policy perspective?
It's the surface level car parking it's a permitted activity, but I suppose if there is a chance, if we go into other suburban centres and we make amendments to parking, that it establishes a public expectation that we find additional land.
Okay.
Yep.
And would that be possible, generally?
It would be on a case-by-case basis. Yep.
Councillor Matthews.
I'm just wondering if, when we come to the end of any questions, whether we may be able to take a brief adjournment, because I'm wondering if whoever moves the motion could be more specific about the option. And the reason I ask that is because I couldn't agree to one unless it was more specific that it was the low-cost use only by the staff of shops to free off-street parking. But as it is currently, I couldn't vote for it.
Would everyone provide leave for that? No. Oh. Had you go to the bathroom or something? No.
Does it require leave of the meeting because it hasn't? I thought it was the mover.
Sean can just
Okay.
provide some clarification.
So a notice of motion can only be altered with the agreement of the mover and a majority at the meeting. So not leave, just a majority, and it has to be before it's.
I'm sorry, Liz. I think we should be a bit of respecting each other.
Should we take an?
Are you again picking on me? You have a reputation of picking on people.
Mr. Chair, could we please, if that's the end of the questions, could we please have an adjournment to work out the moving?
Yeah, let's just take 5 minutes if that's all right. we could vote on. No, we have to have a vote on whether we allow the change. Yeah, so if we just vote on whether we allow this amendment, and then we'll move on to the debate about it, about the whole notice. Right.
Chair.
No, we're only amending one bit though.
Apologies, Chair. Could I just clarify what the changed wording would mean in practice?
Yeah. So we're just voting to allow.
Looking for the leave of the meeting to allow the change, and then.
Oh,
you
okay.
Yeah. We've got Nika Ray. Are you going to vote?
Yes, sorry, I'm just a little bit confused. Give me one moment.
Move on, shall we? Do we see what the vote is? That is passed.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. So now we can debate, I think it is. Or are there? Oh, sorry. Terry had a question.
I just wanted to understand the amended writing. What effect does that have? Does that kind of give officers more of a steer as to which option to pursue, or what's the effect of it?
It does provide more of a scope for us to work with. Does it what, sorry?
Does it rule out any options, or I'm just I'm interested in
at lowest
understanding
possible cost to council would rule out the most expensive option. Because we have presented you with another option already. That's lower cost, and also focusing in on the businesses is different from having P120 parking for the community, which brings in a whole lot of requirements for us around marking things out, around being able to people pay for parking, around enforcement. It would still require a resource consent. We would still have crime prevention, SIPTED considerations potentially, but depending on how we deal with this would give us the scope to deal with that. So it's reduced the scope from what the original notice of motion was.
Councillor Matthews.
So I just want to be entirely clear on this. So a public car park with the additional safety options is now off the table?
Yes. It could potentially still be public. That wouldn't be our preference. And depending on how many businesses you worked with, at some point it starts to become a public car park. And in terms of our responsibilities as a council, we couldn't ignore that. If we were working with a small number of businesses, for example, who had an immediate need like a medical centre or something like that for their staff, then that would be manageable. Working with one business who has a need for parking for their staff, as an example, would be very manageable. We'd be able to enter into agreement with them, maybe a peppercorn rental, something like that, and basically hand them the keys and say, well, you can use it until. The more people we add into that, the more difficult, and at some point it becomes a public car park. And that's where a lot of cost comes in, and that's where our responsibilities as a council kick in.
And does this decision go back to regs for that approval or not?
If it's a public car park, yes, it would require a traffic resolution to allow enforcement.
Porirua Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarity, so it's saying at the lowest possible cost. So that's saying there is a cost. Yes. We just don't know what the cost is.
Yes.
So who's going to determine what the lowest cost is? Is it that, because I saw in your options that one option was 20 to 60,000, and then another option was 225,000. So are we looking at those are the sort of options available? So because you don't know what the lowest cost is going to be.
So we know that we could do something for 20 to 60K, so that's probably what we mean when we're saying lowest possible cost. But however, if, as per my previous example, we were going to enter into an agreement with a local business that had staff parking needs, that would be lower cost than that.
So one more question, if I can. So this vacant land currently is being used as a car park?
No.
Oh, it's just vacant and nobody's using it?
It was being used as set down for the contractors who are doing the upgrade of the local village.
So it's just vacant land?
At the moment, yes.
And so nobody can go and park on it? So that car that's in that photo, that's not supposed to be there?
That might be allowed to be there. We may let other people park there. It's next to the library, maybe. We have some library people who park there. That would be detail that we go into if we were asked to go.
What I'm kind of getting at is that it already is like a car park because it's already gravel, and so it is currently being used. We just haven't said, yeah, you can.
Yeah, and it's certainly not a public car park.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wadera.
Yeah, just regarding number 2, I'm trying to understand what placemaking one might need to do to a car park.
I mean, so we're talking about things like lighting, working with the existing environment. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that would be a massive part of the cost, but lighting certainly potentially could be. We'd have to find out what provision was available on site.
Okay, the only reason I ask is because half of the unused budget seems like a fairly substantial amount for chucking in a couple of lights, but, you know, whatever.
The only thing I would say is these things cost more than people always think that they do, particularly if we're having to find connections that don't currently exist, and we don't often know that until we actually go in and do some proper investigative work. So when we do give advice around costings, we try and make sure that we're capturing all those unknowns so that we don't have to come back to you later and say we need more money to do this. But as you can see with the town centre budget, we came in under budget quite significantly.
Councillor Pennant.
Just quickly, is it a binary decision? It's either a public car park or it isn't?
No.
I mean, so it will be one for retailers, which is, I guess, the sort of public, but there's no sort of gradations. You seem to be saying that the more people you add in, is it going to be a public car park or is it going to be just for businesses?
Well, at the moment, the new wording would be to work with businesses. The point is, if you have made it available to every single business, it essentially becomes a public car park if we're the ones who are managing it. So there's many different ways that you can cut this. It is a piece of land that could be used. And the example that I gave, which is if you enter into an agreement with a business that has a specific need for their staff, still require resource consent, then that's a smaller number that's easier to manage than if we make it available to all staff in the town centre. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and the money that's been left over, how far would that go for placemaking, given that's what it was originally for?
Well, I mean, the budgets that we gave you, one for the if we do a full asphalting, etc., and then the 20 to 60K are the examples that we worked up.
Not a car park. Trees. Planting, playground equipment.
I mean, it's a little bit how long is a piece of string in terms of what we decide to do, and a lot of that will be dictated by some of the budget that we're given. The second option that we gave you was very much a bare bones, but it was still looking at it being a public car park, which comes with other requirements.
Councillor Rogers.
Maybe this is a too specific question, but I was just thinking in terms of the way that we then record the expenditure, if we were to pass motion 2, would the expenditure be recorded against the Berempore and Island Bay project line, or would that then be reported against kind of like a parking construction costs line?
Liam?
I think we'd probably record it against the Island Bay budget, and as the program dictates for the town centres, the program would stay under budget, but the Island Bay program would be closer to the top of its budgetary constraints.
Thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Thanks. If the council decided to put this land towards another purpose, such as a green park space, would that also entail some investment
Yes.
of some tens of thousands for the same reasons?
Yes.
Okay. And if this notice of motion doesn't get passed, what is the short to medium term use to which this land is allowed to be put?
I mean, it's our land. It sits next to the library.
Can it be used for anything that the public can use, or even local people? Can they just use it anyway?
It would depend what they wanted to use it for.
I know, but if they started parking there, would that be allowed?
Well, currently it's gated. If it was, I mean, if people just started parking there, sometimes it depends on whether we know about it or not, how that's being carried out. It's a bit hard to give advice on a hypothetical situation without knowing the exact details, and I wouldn't want to put
I think
it
just through Mr. Chairman, I think the process is important here. It wouldn't be a public car park, so you'd approach the property team and ask for a community lease. We'd consider it. It'd come before a council for a decision.
So it could be leased, or
it could be leased, for anyone for any purpose in that short period of time in which the community facilities plan would be considering the extension.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Free.
Having seen...
Ray, can you turn your camera off? Because I think we can see your, we can see, but great, awesome. Thank you, Ray.
What are we looking at?
Okay, now I'll ask my question.
Councillor Free.
Having seen the site, it's very close to the entrance of the library, where I imagine we've got a lot of children. What sort of work would we do around the safety risks and the safety aspects of having people coming and going that close to the entrance of the library?
So that again would depend on what we were going to do there exactly, which I know is not the most helpful response. Emily, did you have any?
It has absolutely been a consideration as we've prepared this this paper. We would, as the design progressed, if that were the case, we would have it safety audited, and we would go through a safety and design process that would look at use. There is, I believe, around 43,000 visitors to the library a year, so that is very much a consideration for us.
Okay, and there would be ways to mitigate that, maybe by limiting the number of people who had access to it, or even with a membership or something.
Marking out clear pathways, putting additional safety measures in, like speed humps or mirrors or pathway markings, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I've got one more question, which is about the Te Awe Mapara plan. When it says until the future use is decided in that policy, when could we expect that to be realistically coming to us?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think the time period, Councillor, was I think 4 to 7 years, but you'll start to see business cases being developed, year 4. You councillors might see it in year 5 when we've got something more substantial.
Can I ask one more about the rest of the money? So you've done very well in providing great stuff with some money left over. If we didn't use the money, or we didn't use all the money for this, is it possible to reallocate that money to another placemaking or parking project?
Yes.
So we'd need to consider that alongside other budgets.
Okay, all right.
Do we have a mover for the motion? There isn't.
Cool. Kia ora whanau. Look, the Island Bay businesses and community appreciate your support in creating more space for all our community. Deputy Mayor Fawn, Councillor Free, and I had the pleasure of visiting the Blessing of Island Bay Town Centre early morning on Monday. I'm thrilled to see the project is now complete with no more road cones in the site. The town centre looks stunning, and I'm confident the community and local businesses will enjoy the improved space. That said, there is an important issue in Island Bay that we need to address. While the community is vibrant and engaged, it is clear that the council's approach to handling and consulting on certain matters hasn't always been as constructive as it could have been. For example, even the beautification of the town centre faces significant opposition from many residents. Some feel the council's action have created division rather than unity. But there is a clear solution, one that will bring the community together and provide tangible benefits. I have spoken with businesses in the area, almost 95% of them. The Para Dairy, Island Bay Bakery, Gadget Care, Island Bay Childcare, South Coast Physio, Floyd Cafe, Island Bay Barber, the haircut shop, Island Bay Video, Blue Bella Cafe, Hell Pizza, Bugs Takeaway, The Walrus Big Wheel, Empire Cinema, and so many others. I also have about more than 300 community members who signed a support letter, all of them Island Bay. About 2 months ago, about 2.5 months ago, I submitted this notice of motion to our CEO, Barbara, requesting the report to come. And today, that's what we are voting on. We really need to support this community that has been supporting the council for a very long time. And this space used to be used by the Blanket, and they demolished it about a year ago. And the ground is now gravelled, used for almost a year by the construction workers who did the town center beautification. And I believe that we don't need much money. We can achieve with less money and a lot of outcomes. This is not my preferred option. My preferred option is to have a bigger community spaces, the library, the community together where we can have housing at the top, but we don't have a budget for that. I started that discussion about a year and a half ago. But now there is no plan from the council to do anything in that space. If it's gonna sit there for 4, 5 years, 7 years, why we can't do something for the community to utilize it? And I'm not also asking 300, 500,000 to be spent to create 9 or 10 car parks. We can make it an easy way that can be utilized by the community. I really urge you all to support it, for the officers to look at it and to come back with cost-effective, efficient way of using. Thank you.
And the seconder, I think, is Councillor McNulty. Okay, does anybody else wish to debate? Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora tātou. I do want to thank Councillor Abdurrahman for his work with the business community in Island Bay. It has been a very trying time for them while we've had now landed an amazingly beautiful town centre for Island Bay that I think will be really great for them in years to come, and probably they might be the only town centre to get a bit of a zhuzh up with our latest long-term plan. So I hope they are very thankful in the long run. But I can see what Councillor Abdurrahman is aiming for here. I couldn't have supported the original one, but I can see here that there is an opportunity for a local business, and it would likely be the medical centre or pharmacy for their staff. If the space was going and it was at a cost-effective price, it would be a benefit to the community. So I'm happy to support it the way it is.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, just injecting some stuff into the debate here. Just wanted to pull out from the officer's report that through the Island Bay beautification process, we did go from 50 to 54 car park spaces. I did also just briefly count the number of car park spaces available in New World, which is 57. And when you do look at the satellite map, if you go along and look at the businesses that are on the parade, what you do find is there is actually private parking spaces for those businesses outside the back of them. So you can't quite see it from the road, but they do have private parking behind them. When I did ask that question about number 2, about taking money from what is a local beautification fund to spend on car parking, which, as the officers again highlighted, goes against our Te Atakura goals, I was slightly disconcerted. I think it would be nicer to be able to use those funds generally to help the relief that the entire community needs, or to in fact beautify some other things. As Deputy Mayor Foon highlighted, we are looking at changing the way we fund some of those initiatives in local communities, and so it would in my view, when we set up that beautification fund, it was about beautifying the space, and I think it would be inappropriate to redirect those funds to either a private car park or a public one. So that's my contribution. But thanks for bringing this. I appreciate the views of the community, but sometimes change is necessary.
Porirua Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I understand the sentiments behind this notice of motion. This notice of motion, I won't be supporting it. We've just gone through a very long, and still haven't even completed it, LTP, where we've had to consider extra costs, and just the fact that this will be an extra cost is the primary reason why I won't be supporting it. I do think that there is value in what has been suggested, but I don't believe this is the right place to do this. We have the annual plan coming up, and that could be an opportunity. And plus this, it looks like there's some other plan that's been considered, and this is what you've also got in here in your recommendation to wait until that's been decided. So I don't understand why you would be rushing into this, and particularly so close on the back of all the other things that we've had to cut out of the LTP. So while I understand that you want to be a voice for those in the community, we've already heard that they've had the opening of a lot of good mahi that's happened in that community, and let's celebrate that. You know, like, I just think that maybe this has just been greedy, to be quite honest, and particularly when we've had to cut so many other things out of our LTP. So while I understand what you're doing, I don't support it, and I won't be voting for it.
Councillor Pettit.
Well, I'm not just doing this to aggravate Councillor Chung, but I am going to, or maybe I should. So there is just a massive amount of cognitive dissonance going on here. So, Councillor Rogers, thank you so much for checking out. That's your kind of way your brain works, I think. Just pointing out the actual facts, and then there's this perception that there isn't enough car parking. Island Bay has got quite a lot of risk around climate change. You've got right on the coast, very steep slopes, and it's so accessible to town. I mean, I know I didn't live there, but I went back and forward too many times that I can remember with my children when they were doing activities there, and it's such a good bus route. And we've got this disastrous report, and not this next one, but the one after, where we've managed to reduce the city's emissions by 1.5%. You know, this is just a little thing, and it's not causing climate change, but it is part of the infrastructure that causes it. I'm also concerned that we'll get stuck with it, because the problem is we won't get the money. We've got so many other things to pay for. I think we should have looked at alternatives, more creative ways to use the space. I'd be even happy for a tiny house or two to come and move in there, like, you know, do something better. And I think Councillor Rogers' point about use the money is, you know, we fought hard for that money for beautification. It's really important to make all our suburbs look amazing. So you are my friend, and I know that you are genuine in this, and I know the community will thank you for it. So I think it's perfectly legitimate to bring it, but we need to have some serious discussions about climate change. I'm trying to protect your constituents' property.
Councillor Free.
Yeah, look, I think, Councillor Abdurrahman, you are a good local councillor. You really are trying to do your best for your community, and I respect that. That beautification project in Island Bay is amazing. That new cycleway is actually amazing. It is beautiful work, but I thought for a short time that someone had actually had a serious accident on the Berempore section of the cycleway that turned out to be misinformation, thankfully. There was a collision, a cyclist with a car, but fortunately the rider is not seriously injured, is my understanding. But when I thought that, I realise the responsibility that we hold for safety. And I looked at that situation, and that library is very, very close to where we're proposing a driveway, which isn't wide enough for 2 cars to pass. Children come out of that library all excited, and heaven only knows where they'll go. I can see that this is going to escalate into having to provide some fencing and all sorts of things. And thank you, Councillor Rogers, for making the point about the quantum of parking. Also, some beautiful extra parking was provided up at Wakefield Park, and extra parking was provided up Dover Street. So this community has been actually, I think, quite well catered for recently. They may not feel that way, but when you look at the city as a whole, now we've got other pressing needs that I can see coming up. I think Councillor Calvert has actually raised a reasonable issue about the impacts of the cycleway up in Kōrau on the local park down there. And I think that we need to consider a balance here. And I'm also worried that if we give the car parking here, we won't be able to take it away. That land is actually really suited for a decent community centre. And it'll be hard to take it away once you've got that parking established. And who's going to get it? I can actually see this potentially being a bit divisive as well, because it's going to be a handful of car parks and there are lots of businesses. So I did think I'd vote for it, but I've actually changed my mind, which we, of course, are allowed to do through the course of debate. So thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you, councillors. I didn't realise this would be such a contentious issue. I thank Councillor Abdurrahman for bringing, as the local ward councillor, a local win. We've got this piece of land, it's fenced and gated, can't be used by anyone unless they're probably a contractor or something, and the contractors are finished, so it's going to just sit there if we do nothing. And this is a community that he's engaged with the local businesses who've come to him and said, could we make use of a piece of land right there that's not going to be used for anything else. We're sweating the small stuff for a local issue, a couple of tens of thousands of dollars maybe, and we've already outlined that we just want the officers to report back. I mean, we want to find out the information about what's possible. This is what we're deciding. We're not deciding on the car park. We really aren't. We're really getting officers to go away for a few hours, run the numbers and see what could be done with a piece of gravel and some lighting, and enable and help a community that's asked for help through their local ward councillor. We always make these hard decisions, and I just want to remind people of a decision we made a couple of weeks ago. We made a decision on restoring the funding of Hitapara Park. Hitapara, sorry, apologies. Out in Wellington East. That was a couple of $1 million that we decided to put back. And we put it back, why do we put it back? We put it back because the local community has worked hard to establish the need for this improvement, this facilities improvement. We're talking about an amount of money, and we're not even talking about an amount of money 2 orders of magnitude less than that. Okay, because we're only talking about some officers' time. We're talking about a couple of $1,000s of officers' time to go and look at this thing and bring us back a report about what's possible, and then we can go and, discuss, I think, is the right time. So I really encourage you to not block information, not to stop considering it at the starting gate, but let us get some information, and then we can properly weigh up, based on officers' advice, what the right thing is to do as to whether we just leave it gated and locked right there in a community that is asked for help, or perhaps we could do something that will help a local community that's asked for it. So just, I think we should chill and just say, let's just run with it.
Mayor Whanau.
Kia ora koutou. I won't be supporting this. It was only a couple of weeks ago that I had to lead a very difficult comprehensive exercise to make significant cuts to our budget, of which the mover made a difficult process. So to come and ask for more budget, I just find a bit inappropriate. We can't just keep adding things at this stage. I also don't agree with the process that was followed. criticising officers and colleagues and lodging noms isn't the best way to govern. It is a poor way to govern. So I'd recommend the councillor work constructively with colleagues in future, including myself and the other ward councillor, Deputy Mayor Foon, and perhaps we can start to take some of these decisions more seriously. Thank you.
And Councillor Matthews.
Oh, we're all going in on this. I just want to speak very briefly. This is an agreement to convert the land. Yeah, that's right. This is not a report. It's an agreement to convert the land. I'd like to thank the mover of the motion for being more specific about the cheaper option, and I thought that would be enough to get me over the line. Sarah, we're on the same page today because I thought I was going to support this, but actually by the comments of my colleagues, I have been convinced. I'm concerned that we can't rule out a public car park. And that is a problem to me. I'm concerned about the kind of the budget allocation, and also I'm concerned about the sort of the scope creep generally of this and the precedent it sets. To be honest, I'm not a fan of notices of motion. I think we do too many of them. I've barely supported any this term. I think just one, no, maybe two. But I've never moved one in my life. And I really would question and challenge the idea that car parks bring communities together. Actually, I think the science would say, and all the research would say, that actually they don't do that. I understand car parks are necessary and convenient to an extent. However, I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Chairperson, I would like to raise a point of order 26.5F. It's a new one, we haven't done this before, to request the recording of words. And those words are, quote, "We will make hard decisions like this one all the time," from Councillor Randall. So we can no longer say that this council does not make hard decisions. You stated in your speech, quote, "We make hard decisions like this all the time." And I would like to request the recording of those words in the minute, as per 26.5F. 20. It's standing order to request the recording of words.
So thank you. I didn't say that you made the right decisions, just that you had them put for you.
Do you want to vote on that? No. Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Chair, could you put me on the speaking list, please?
Sorry, we'll put you after Diane's finished speaking. Have you finished, Diane?
I haven't started yet.
Oh, right. I was so hoping.
I got interrupted by points of order. Oh. But I'll take it in good grace. So look, I am going to support Councillor Nuridan because look, and both Deputy Mayor Foon, I mean, this is their area, and I do get frustrated sometimes when our colleagues make decisions about areas that they're not representing and often don't even drive or cycle through or visit. So I think we've got to take recognition that both Deputy Mayor Foon and Councillor Abdurrahman live in the area and working with the people there. Actually, car parks do help. Can I just say that Kandala Shopping Village now has shops that have come from the central city, and people come and visit them because they can find a car park. Unlike Gubs, unlike the CBD now. And so I think the other thing is, look, this is a temporary use, and we have owned land all over the city, and we just leave it vacant and not having any economic impact. And we've had land sitting for years in Kōrau, right in the middle of the town centre. We're finally getting something built on it, but in the meantime, it's been used for other things because we might as well utilise it. And I think this is really what this is about. And I'm sure. I appreciate there's a narrow driveway, but in other areas like Ngaio Kandala, we have narrow driveways coming out of our village centres as well. So look, I think things are able to be worked through. I understand this will come back with some more specifics, and we'll see if that does work. But in the meantime, I think anything that enables more people to come to the suburbs through whatever means is good for that suburb, both economically and socially.
Councillor Chung. Are you there, Ray?
Appreciate all these comments. And Councillor Penn, you're not annoying me. We're more than usual, anyway. I actually do support the councillors and know the constituents best, and they know the issues and the problems in the so. When I and the yes button, then please for a yes for supporting his vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
Sorry. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Ray has always made a lot of sense. I would just like to have I'd like to say something. I'm a very big fan of regulating and removing curbside parking throughout the entire city and replacing it with off-street car parking. And I think this is an exemplary example of squeezing a little bit of off-street car parking into an area which obviously needs it. So good on you, Councillor Abdulrahman, for having progressed this, and good on management for coming up with a cheap way of doing it. So I'm all in favour. And Councillor McNulty, last one to speak, I think.
Yeah, I'll just do right reply. It's late in the day, I don't have much to say. It's a vacant piece of land. It's going to sit there not being used. Might as well do something, and it's basically that simple. And I think 20,000 is a pretty okay cost. So really, it's that simple to me.
Kia ora whanau. I think I will just respond to a few of the points that raised. And example, Brother Roger, Councillor, raised about New Wallet car parking, and they used to offer the community parking there for free, and now it's a lot of pressure for them. So what they decided is just ticketing people, and people are a bit struggling, and that is actually part of the challenge we're trying to tackle it. When it comes to the member of this council who said Island Bay community is greedy, I will not be responding to that. And I'm not one of those who call a community greedy. I'm not one who can try to make point out of it as well. When it comes to working together, this notice of motion signed by a good number of these councillors, and today getting supported by a good number of councillors again. And I did work with officers, I did work with councillors, actually until just this minute, including changing the wordings when I was asked, and I was flexible to work together. And if people want to vote against it, they are entitled to. But when you're voting today, don't think of me. Think of the community members, the businesses who've been struggling, who might benefit from this, the land that is sitting there for nothing when we have no plan at all. When you vote today, don't think of me. Think of the elderly community who want to go to the medical center. Think of the senior communities who want to go to cafe to enjoy the time. And when you want to vote today, think of some of those low-paid employees who might park there for the day to spend their time and working and low-paid wages in Island Bay businesses. I encourage you to vote this. It's nothing personal. I'm not taking personal. I'll try my best to work for my community. At the end of the day, I'm only one vote. And I acknowledge that. I ask you all to vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Shall we vote on the whole thing? Is that okay? Yep.
Sorry, can we not vote on the whole thing? Can we take 1 and 2 separately?
If you want to, yeah.
What? You want? Well, you want?
Sorry to be a pain.
You're not really sorry, are you? No, okay. Okay, so 1 and 2. We're voting on 1 and 2.
No. Can we take just 2 separately then? Because I'd like to cast a different vote on 1 and 2.
Okay, so this is 1, 3, and 4, and then we'll vote on 2.
Sounds good.
So 1, 3, 4.
I will vote yes on all of these. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
Right.
Okay. We'll go. Okay, we'll do it. We'll do each one separately. And we've got Ray, who's a yes on everything. That's a nice time. It's just having breakfast. Doing good. And that is passed. Number 2. That is also passed. Said we're going to vote against this one. That is also passed. Number 4. And that is also passed. And so we can move on to the Housing Action Plan for Macquarie, who will be presenting to us. And congratulations on the success of your Kōrau initiative. That's fantastic.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora, councillors. We are presenting the third 6-monthly update of the 2023-2025 Housing Action Plan. As requested in our last update, which was in August, this update is just a dashboard update only, so a dashboard of each of the actions. Officers who have contributed and led to these programmes are here to answer questions, although some of them have had to go just due to other commitments. So if there's any specific questions on particular topics that they're not here, we might have to come back to them afterwards. Particularly Mataho Aranui are on a team away day today. So if there's any questions specifically about those actions, we might have to respond to them afterwards. But otherwise, look, I'm happy to take questions on anything that you might have.
Well, I could have asked you about a small piece of land in Island Bay whether we could have.
I did wonder if that question might come up, yeah.
No, I think we'll move that one. Looks like we've got no questions, but we do have a notice of motion which has got an amendment in it. Don't we? Oh, okay. We've got an amended substantive, sorry.
Kia ora, councillors. I recognise it's getting late in the day, so I won't take up too much more of your time. I had just asked if I could move this as an amended substantive to keep it all short for us so we can get home. But really, number 3 is drawing to your attention the fact that there have been 2 changes that I would consider in the housing system, particularly within the central city, but more broadly in Wellington. And one of those is also across the country. The first of that is that Victoria University of Wellington continues to talk about their inability to find accommodation for their students. There are a number of office buildings around Wellington that might either be applicable to be in the Te Kāinga program or maybe applicable to be converted outside of that. And really, this is about one step towards making sure that we can actually provide the right incentives, whatever they might be. It's not making a decision today, binding the council to any decision. It's really just encouraging officers to go away and do the work so that when things like the VUW trying to find new student accommodation comes up, there are more options on the table for them. The second one of those is the government's announcement on how community housing providers get financed, and one of those is the capitalisation of the operating grant. Slightly technical, but basically it is talking about providing capital upfront for development, and in that process the government will be looking for community housing providers that can deliver the most affordable and high impact intervention that they can for the dollar value being provided by the government. And I do think that the Te Kāinga program, or at least the conversion of office to apartment buildings when done with strengthening and in a high quality way, really could be of benefit to social housing across the Wellington region. Speaking more broadly to the report as well, given this is the substantive, it is really fantastic to see so many of the actions becoming achieved. The completion of Whakamaru in particular is incredibly fantastic to see, and I look forward to seeing the benefit that has across the city. Also recognising the end of the pilot for the rental inspection program and the movement of that in towards business as usual for our public health team is another fantastic step in the plan. Alongside that, the continued discussion that we're having in the consenting space as well with our development partners to make sure that we are actually actioning the district plan that we passed. We are enabling the housing that we want to be built. And also just wanted to particularly call out the continued improvements with the RFIs and the City Significant Development Project that will be coming and implemented into many of the things going forward. So with that, happy for any debate or just to go straight to the vote if you want.
Councillor Paddock.
Sorry, I was looking through my notes and didn't get my hand up in time. So could you just answer my question about the progress on the homelessness work? Because Councillor O'Neill and I... Yeah, I know. So because I missed the opportunity, Councillor Rogers can maybe answer, because it's just, this was quite difficult to get through. And
Maybe could we do this offline? Sorry, I mean, we did have the whole briefing yesterday, so there's actually
Yeah, well, no, I was asking Councillor Rogers to respond.
Oh, okay.
Which I'm allowed to do.
Yep.
So that's the first thing, because, yeah, it was difficult and there was some reticence about it. Now, Councillor Rogers, I'm going to vote for your amendment, but can I just say a very, very long process was gone through over a housing affordability fund. I put that up, you voted against it. And so to have this kind of amendment when we know what the tools are is kind of like, we could have had that fund in and working by now, and which is, put us behind. So while I support this, I'd just make that point. And the other point, I guess, is, look, the officers have worked really hard to just even find enough buildings to do the 1,000 places. So, but still, and another point of irritation, sorry, I've been grumpy, is that, and when we'll look at this when we do the Te Ata Kura report, we are doing nothing in the green building space. And so I just hope that you could look at that when you talk to officers, because this issue is not going away. Kia ora.
I've seconded it. Councillor Porirua Kelly is happy to. Lots of people wanted to second it, but you can second it. Ladies before Jen, I have no idea here. We'll move on. Okay. So has anybody else got anything they want to say? Debate? Councillor Young.
I am concerned about the long-term liability of some of those buildings, because they are conversions, and we know, when I was looking for an apartment, one of the rules was no conversions. The other thing is, I am concerned about intensifying the central city. It's a great place to live, but we have no control over the insurance market. So my worry is that we will encourage people to live in the central city and possibly buy their apartment, and they will find in 5 years' time they can't afford to insure it. So I will be voting against.
Councillor Calvert.
I will be voting against number 3, and I've sort of shared my views with Councillor Rogers prior to, didn't realise he was still putting it up after listening to my rational feedback, but he obviously has. So look, this is just a pulse 6-monthly report. This is not where we're looking at our strategy and adapting this. And this is a relatively significant piece. I appreciate that officers need to go away and do some work, and we don't know what they'll come back with. But we've got enough on our plate already. We are, we're not, we've still got quite a few apartment conversions to go in terms of meeting our objectives. We're going to be spending $1 billion on our social housing over the next 10 years, and we're behind in those upgrades. And I really think, and if you look at this is about providing opportunities and incentivized through rates, developer contributions, and other tools. That's money. That's ratepayers' money. And as we've been, discussing throughout the day, we don't have a lot of money at the moment. And so I think this work, it might be appropriate further on down the track. I don't think it will be now. And asking officers to even schedule it in will mean that we are directing them to do something else, to do more stuff, when we can't actually deliver on what we've already got. So I won't be supporting it, and I don't think it's appropriate to have brought it here for this particular paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? No? Perhaps we could go.
Tim, could I speak, please?
Yeah, sure, Ray.
Yep. Okay, I think that we're just trying to do too many things at the same time, and I had a discussion with Paul about how we actually do things, and I'm very concerned that if we take on too much, we just can't get them done. And because it's a changing market, I'm also concerned about the costs of everything increasing, and so of course these projects all take a long time, and so we don't know what's going to happen in the future, in the near future. And so if we take on too much, then how are we going to pay for all of these things? So I would like to vote against this. Thank you.
Anybody else? You have a right of reply.
Oh, thank you very much, colleagues. Much of it was as expected. The sort of things that I will just talk about in terms of what you were saying, Councillor Young, around the long-term liability that we were taking on Te Kāinga properties. The intention here is that we should really be looking at this as a model, not just how the council contributes to delivering it, but also how independent parties take on that liability and deliver it themselves. So that was some of the initiative here around thinking, how do we broaden who is becoming involved in this program? How do we make it so that it is not just council driving and delivering it, although I think that should still be part of it, but also how we could look at sharing some of that liability with our private sector friends. Thank you, Councillor Calvert. I am sorry I did not take your advice. I did decide to bring this here just to, I guess, formalise some of the conversations that I had with officers already. And I think in terms of the sort of comments about having enough on our plate or having enough to get done already, this is quite a small piece of work, as I mentioned in Councillor Only Time, but also this does allow us to start thinking about if the private sector is going out and doing all of those things that we're trying to achieve in Te Kāinga, what is our place in that program? And so this could provide opportunities for us to lessen the amount of work that we have to do in that space. And sort of your comments around whether it's appropriate to do it now, everyone's really busy. After some feedback with officers, I did actually remove the timelines in here, and that's to provide a significant amount of flexibility for officers. It's just kind of recognising that this is some work that we want to be done at some stage, but it's not necessarily something that needs to be done before the next LTP or annual plan. It is very much just when there is time available and when it does make sense to consider some of those opportunities. And I think I've already responded to that. In terms of in the homelessness space, I agree, Councillor Pennant, that was a massive effort to make sure that we did have a plan towards homelessness. And I think we now have this, I guess, duality of approach where we are looking at both homelessness through the Housing Action Plan, but we are also looking at it through the city safety lens. And I think for me, what that is sort of continuing to reflect on is that we are looking more at that consistent approach to homelessness and the full scope of it, rather than just the housing solution or just the social intervention, but addressing both of those ones. You'll see in the dashboard there a lot of those sort of completed objectives we reported on earlier, and all of those in the homelessness space are currently sitting on a green and healthy progress. So hopefully that answers some of your questions, but if not, might have to go to officers as well if they weren't specific enough.
Just take the point about you.
All good. Thank you, colleagues.
Okay, let's vote. Separately. Okay, 1 or 2. So the first vote is 1 or 2, and then the third vote is the amendment. We've got 20 minutes. We could bang through the rest of it, can't we? Are you voting, Ray? Let's assume you aren't.
Yes, could you vote against this, please?
A red. Ray's a red.
Yep.
And now we'll vote on the red one. You can vote green on this, I'm presuming, Ray.
think he's confused. I think if you can make clear to Councillor Chung what he's now voting on, because I think he was voting against all three. Yeah.
Ray, this is the one that says direct officers to spend vast amounts of money on providing... No. Okay, sorry, I'm losing it. Direct officers to investigate opportunities to incentivise the conversion of office to apartment buildings inside and outside of the Tikahanga program.
I don't mind them investigating it, but if there's no timeline.
Ray's vote.
Yes.
Good, you're a yes. Good on
Yep.
you.
Ray, you should be no.
I know we're not negotiating Ray's vote. Okay, has everyone voted? Oh. Okay, Tony, we're waiting on you. And that is also passed. Right. Now we can move on, and Alison Howard can tell us about what's happening with the climate.
It's nice outside.
Can you tell us how the cricket's going to go? So who's moving this one? All right.
You're moving it.
This is a picture from 30 years ago.
If you'd like to introduce the paper, that'd be great. Thanks, Alison.
Sure, thank you, councillors. I will take the paper as read and the Te Atakura update. The purpose of this paper is to discuss the 2024 Te Atakura update. Each year we report back on our progress against our Te Atakura strategy and our implementation plan. Things of note for this year's report: obviously climate change continues to be essential for the future of our city, how we address it. The cost pressures that we're under are significant. I would characterise the last LTP as a period of innovation and investment where we tried out a lot of new and innovative things. This 2024 LTP is more about focusing in on impact, on the key systems changes that only we can make in transport and in waste, and honing in on the highest impact activities that we have. I also wanted to mention our key focus on working with our Hakihea partners and taking a te ao Māori approach to our climate change work. We're at the beginning of that journey. We're working really hard on it, and I think we're starting to make progress in connecting up Tūpakiora, Te Taiao, the action area in Tūpakiora, and our Te Atakura strategy. And I'm really proud of the work that we've done in that space. What's not so amazing is the city emissions, which have bounced back up. The only bright spark there is on-road transport emissions have gone down compared to last year, so I'm pleased about that. We're doing very well on our council emission reductions, and we are laying solid groundwork for increasing the city's resilience. I've printed out the one-pager just because I think I wanted to help you have a way of easily articulating to residents who you meet with and stakeholder groups what we're doing with Te Atakura, and I also wanted to give you a graphic that spells out, like, climate change is a very big topic. Council has specific roles and opportunities to support the city to respond, and that then those two things combined then turn into Te Atakura, into the actions that we can do as a local government to support our city to act. And I'll take any questions if there are any.
Are there any questions? Councillor Foon.
Thank you, Alison, for the update. So disappointing in the city's emissions increase. Do you have an understanding of the reasons behind that?
We had two lovely tailwinds behind us in the previous 2 years where the emissions of the electricity that we receive as a city went down significantly, and that has now gone back up to where it normally sits. And we also had COVID lockdowns, which reduced flights, cruise ships, transport. Those conditions no longer exist, and so the emissions have popped back up.
Thank you for that. Also, the small decrease in transport emissions, do you have an understanding of or the reasons behind that?
I think the reasons are that we have invested in transport change, and that's continued. So we have good public transport patronage. We have increasing people travelling on by bicycle, increasing numbers of people who walk. So, the work we're putting in as a region and in our city is working.
Great. Thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, I just wanted to query about the reduction in the road emissions. Is that happening because fewer people are coming into Wellington City?
We don't have a lot of good analysis on the why of what's going on with the transport emissions, and the Greater Wellington has a transport analytics unit, and they kind of delve right into the data and occasionally provide us insights. But the specific reason for this small decrease, I don't know.
Okay.
We haven't done that analysis yet.
And just, I guess, more for a bit of background, what is the 24-25 budget for this program?
It depends whether you're talking about Te Atakura as a whole or about the operation of the Climate Change Response Business Unit, because those are different. If you're looking at Te Atakura as a whole, we're spending tens of millions of dollars on transport projects, waste projects, mainly in CapEx, and a small amount of OpEx that supports some of the facilitation and community programs.
And if I'm talking about the other one, sorry, the program team or whatever it is?
The internal business unit,
Yeah.
It's activity code 1220 in the LTP, and I always lose track of exactly what amount of money is in there because there's depreciation from electric vehicle charges in there and other things. So,
okay. And how many full-time equivalents does the council have in the climate change team in terms of staff?
Is this appropriate, Chair?
I'm not sure this is relevant to the reporting of this paper.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's you could take
Asking
that.
about staff.
I think you could do those sort of cost analysis with
Andrea.
I can provide Councillor Randall with some of the more details if he wishes.
Wanted to know how much we're putting in, so to get this out, that's all.
I had to do all of that analysis when we did levels of service in late 2023 for the LTP, and I now just get on and deliver the program, but we can provide that information after this meeting.
Thanks.
Councillor Pennant.
I suppose if I've got any hair left. I guess the 1.5, I appreciate that we're doing some longer term stuff and it's not all under our control, but that is a very poor result given that we're nearly at 2025 obviously and by 2030. So actually that leads to my second question. Are we going to get there by 2030? Probably not. And what is the consequence of that? And can our reporting reflect more seriously? You're doing some great work, but we've still got a problem.
I think whether Wellington City can achieve the emission reduction target that is a science-based emission reduction target depends heavily on central government policy and funding and large cultural shifts around people wanting to change how the city operates and how their own households operate. We have limited influence over both of those things. It would be difficult to see how we could meet the target from here, but large social change tends to happen in, large jumps rather than incrementally.
And so this, the council emissions are 5% of the city emissions. Most of those are waste. How much is related to our pools and the gas? Because the point is that it's a very small proportion, and where we put the emphasis. So what percentage is it?
I don't have that calculation to hand. I do think, though, that meeting our city reduction target relies on all the organisations that are within the city boundary doing all of the carbon emission reduction projects that they can afford to do at a reasonable price per tonne of carbon abated, and the pools meet that criteria for our council investment and are an important part of us meeting our council emission reduction target.
And last question, in the building space. So, that's what we took the money out of. So what is your view? Are we just going to keep having polluting buildings? Because we're not just really doing much now. And that's going to add to our emission profile. No.
Yeah, the quality of the building stock in the city is determined by the Building Act, which is set by central government. So we have limited ability to we cannot enforce people building better buildings in the city. We can only incentivise. And within the confines of the 2024 LTP, this is how the funding worked out with the decisions that you made around the table.
Deputy Mayor Fountain.
Thank you, Alison. Just going over the one-pager, I'm just looking for procurement and wondering how we're tracking on our procurement program to work with our partners in terms of reducing emissions.
The one-pager is mostly externally facing. Embedding climate action as a strategic approach in the LTP, and so we are working with the commercial partnerships team on sustainable procurement and specifically putting emissions reduction standards into contracts, so that project's underway.
Great, thank you.
Right, that looks like it. So, sorry, Councillor.
So, just wondering about the adaptation work. There isn't a lot in your one-pager. How's that going, particularly in relation to helping people stabilise slopes?
The adaptation work, in the one-pager we have presented the mitigation and adaptation work together. So they're not kind of split out into different pieces. The adaptation work is going well. We are laying a lot of the groundwork for our understanding of climate change risks and hazards in the city. We have launched our Changing City, which is the digital installation where you can interact with a Miramar that shakes in the earthquake and see how water might impact Miramar in the future, which I think is pretty cool. And we will be coming to you with a paper in early May on the design of the local adaptation planning processes and prioritisation of which communities we're going to go out to with a pilot. So you'll get your an opportunity to discuss that in early May.
Need to extend the meeting, Chair.
Apologies, I just thought of this question. My question was around the way that we're measuring Scope 3 emissions, and I believe we're measuring it on a cost-based analysis at the moment. I was wondering how much work we're doing to move away from that and towards actual emissions-based reporting for Scope 3?
We are working on that. It's complicated and really time-intensive, but also the council greenhouse gas emissions will be before the LTP committee on the 11th of December, so we can chat about it fulsomely then if you would like.
We'll do that.
Conscious that it's 3:27.
Do we have a mover and a seconder? Would like to vote on that, perhaps? Oh, we extended the meeting.
This is what we were saying, you must.
Oh, I see. Gosh, I am getting ahead of myself. Okay, so extending.
Yeah.
We decided to extend to midnight, so.
The meeting lapses if we don't extend it right now.
So I think these three people aren't here, so let's just assume that you've all voted green. He's just gone.
Yeah, extended.
Okay, so Is there anyone wishing to do debate? Oh, sorry. You can move it. As long as you don't say anything. No.
Yeah, this is a really important milestone. Actually, one question I didn't ask was about the review, but I'll take that offline. Forgot about that. But I guess what I would say, it's interesting some of the kōrero we had earlier this morning, and then where are the crowds for looking at our emissions? Because actually, when we think about the impact that our changing climate will have on our environment, we talk about earthquakes, and that has taken over a lot of the kōrero, and actually our climate might just jump out and surprise us really quite quickly. So I just want to acknowledge the journey that we're on. I was so excited about I had a hint that we were down on the transport emissions, but I didn't realise when it was mapped against the peak that we went up in 23. So I had a very deflated morning when I eagerly rushed to read my papers and find that it wasn't as good as I was expecting. But meanwhile, we are on the journey. We're doing incredible work as a council. I know lots of other councils are looking to us. Our pāneke pōneke and transport improvements are making a difference. What we're doing within the council to reduce our emissions by 44% and to carry on with the program we have with organics and our sewage being wastewater being removed from the landfill. But I do just want to acknowledge yesterday we had in the grants committee our climate and sustainability fund, and there are so many projects going out into the community that are really helping making great little changes culturally. And I think what Alison talked about with that big jump is that I really do see that one day it'll quickly be the way we do things around here, and that is how we will get that big jump. So while I would desperately love to be doing more, I think what we have achieved is quite phenomenal. So I've actually moved into the focus space. Let's focus on what we can do well and do it really well, and really look to see that graph line dropping down as quick as we possibly can. So thank you to the team for the mahi.
Councillor Paddock.
So first of all, I just want to thank staff for all the work that they've done, because I know you work really hard and there's lots of good things. But I'm going to be negative to the Deputy Mayor's positivity. Look, a 1.5 reduction is just simply not good enough, and this is not a journey I want to be on, Deputy Mayor Foon, to be honest. You know, we're in this place because we've made some bad choices over the last few decades, so we have to up our game. I hope this will some way be reported so that people can kind of go, okay, so it just needs to be a bit more done. And I think our reporting needs to accurately reflect where we are. Celebrate the wins, absolutely. And bearing in mind some of the things that we're putting in place are a bit longer term, but we do need to be honest that we're not hitting our targets, and 2030 is now not very far away. I continue to maintain concerns around doing small things like degasifying the pools, which will be a tiny, tiny proportion of the city's carbon budget. You know, this is deck chairs on the Titanic stuff. We have to do the really systemic stuff. The green building stuff, yes, densification does help, Councillor Matthews, but the buildings, even those buildings that we will populate with homes, are not green buildings. They're just not doing a good enough job in terms of energy and water and so on. And we have taken money from that because people just don't want to think about it. And you know, we've got a new apartment building coming in Mount Victoria, and just all the people that told me that I could only be car free because of Mount Victoria, well, they're putting in a car park for every apartment up a tiny little lane. So while people may have had some good aspirations, people are still not prepared to make the shift, and densification doesn't necessarily mean sustainability. It should, but it doesn't. So I hope this will be a bit of a wake-up call. Like, we've got work to do, and just the last debate that we had over just a tiny little car park, I just don't think we're quite there in terms of what the kind of thinking we need to do in terms of our food, in terms of our transport systems, in terms of waste, etc. But anyway, it's a long haul. We're all here for it.
Thank you.
The Mayor would like to say something.
Kia koutou. I mean, I absolutely agree. We must do more. Climate change is on our doorstep. But what we know when it comes to climate mitigation, densification, public transport, transformational projects like the Golden Mile are what we have to do, of which the previous speaker voted against. So it's quite wild to me. And yes, the degasification of our pools is minor, but it's important. It needs to be done. Every little thing adds up. So I would just remind councillors that if you truly care about climate action, think about what you're voting for. Thank you.
I don't know, the Mayor nailed it.
All said.
Right of reply.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I was just going to put it in car terms. The degasification of the pool is equivalent to removing 1,300 cars from the road.
You have a right of reply.
Right, team, we want to get out of here. Let's move it. So what I do want to say is I've been pretty quiet on it, but I don't actually agree with the removal of our EV program for charging, because I think it's all part of a tool to help us move forward. But we'll save that for a regs for another day. But I do just want to acknowledge the work that our team are doing with our Hakihea partners in regard to Tūpiki Order, our strategy. And this is actually really groundbreaking work globally, that we are working with our Indigenous peoples to understand better ways of moving forward in regard to our environment and climate. And this is we are pioneering in this space. So I really want to acknowledge our teams for the mahi that you are doing in this area, and our mana whenua partners for putting the time in. This is really exciting stuff. It will be viewed as a success around the world. So I really encourage us to carry on championing that. And I think a really good example of that is the way that we've talked about our storytelling of streams, of our awa, on our cycle routes. So really starting to understand what our land might have looked like, and also our Māori Kai food sovereignty project that's coming up. So these are examples of things that are coming through that are quite unique and quite exciting. On the beautiful project yesterday. But yeah, we'll go into that later. So kia ora all, thank you for the support, thank you to the team, and yep, I really encourage the crowds to be here for this one next time. Thank you.
We'd like to vote on altogether. Altogether, is that all right? I assume, yeah, Gray's gone. And that is passed.
No, I haven't gone. Yeah. Yep.
He's not gone, but he is forgotten.
As always.
So we move on to the last report, which
Thanks, councillors. Yeah, take it as read.
Are there any questions? Councillor Randall.
There's an item coming up which just says cabin mob redevelopment heads of terms. What is that about?
Do we have James here? My guess is, and I can advise councillors by email later, that it relates to that's right, the cabin mob site currently under discussions with... Oh, civil administration building.
Okay.
Do you know? And a municipal office building and
no,
civil...
I understand. I understand. I just suspect that 95% of Wellingtonians who might be interested in the future may not.
I understand. So yeah, it's the old civic precinct building. Always expect those, Tony. Thank you.
We have another question from Councillor Wadera.
I see an item called cabin mob. What's that in Māori?
Sorry, Nico, my reo isn't. My reo is on civic.
Can I move the paper? I'll be the mover. Councillor Matthews has seconded. Is there any debate? Nope. Everyone's happy to vote? We vote on ejecting Councillor Free. Councillor Chung, are you going to vote?
Yes, that's fine. Lunch
yes.
beckons, so I'm in a hurry. Yep.
Great, thank you. That is also passed. So, if you could join me in the karakia at the end of the meeting. Hakihea.